You've been waiting, watching, hoping, thinking maybe, just maybe, things would change. That if you were patient enough, silent enough, forgiving enough, the world would suddenly play fair. But let me ask you something. How long are you gonna keep waiting? How many more chances are you gonna give to people who never deserved a single one? You see, that's the joke, the cruel little punchline. The world doesn't play fair. It never did. And the ones who survive, they're the ones who stop pretending that it does. You're sitting there, drowning in memories, haunted by their voices. The people who hurt you, the ones who made you feel small. They moved on, didn't they? They walked away like you were nothing. But you stayed, chained to the past, shackled by every word, every betrayal. And for what? A happy ending? A moment where they look back and regret it all? Let me tell you the truth. The only regret they'll ever have is if you stop being the weak, obedient little fool they always expected you to be. You've spent your life waiting for an apology that will never come. A moment of justice that was never promised. But that's the thing about justice. It's not handed out like candy. It's taken, earned, delivered by the ones who refuse to be victims anymore. And right now, you have two choices. You either keep sitting there, hoping for something that will never come, or you stand up. You take what's yours. You make them remember your name. I know what you're thinking, but I'm not like them. I don't want revenge. I don't want to sink to their level. Cute. Real noble. But let me ask you something. Where did being the good guy get you? What did it earn you? Respect, loyalty, love? No, it got you used. It got you thrown aside the moment they found someone more convenient. You see, people don't care about good or bad. They care about strong and weak, the useful and the disposable. And they decided a long time ago that you were disposable. The moment you stop waiting, the second you stop expecting the world to fix itself for you, that's when things change. Because let me tell you something, kid. No one's coming to save you. No hero, no miracle, no justice served on a silver platter. It's just you and the choices you make. And right now, you've got one hell of a choice to make. I know you feel it. The anger, the pain, the fire burning in your gut. And you've spent your whole life trying to smother it, haven't you? Trying to be better. Trying to be nice. But let me ask you, where did all that kindness get you? Did it stop them from hurting you? Did it make them care? It made them see you as weak, a toy to be played with, a pawn in their little game. Well, guess what? The game's over. The wait is over. It's time to settle the score. I don't care how many times they told you that you weren't good enough. I don't care how many nights you spent alone, screaming into the void, wondering why they never chose you. The truth is, they never even saw you. You were just a shadow in their world, a placeholder for something better. And now it's time to make them see. You don't get even by becoming them. No, that's too easy. You get even by becoming something they can never ignore, something they can never control. You take every single word they threw at you, every single scar they left, and you turn it into fuel. You rise from the ashes they buried you in, and you become something more, something unstoppable. And let me tell you, when you finally stop waiting, when you finally take control, the world is going to notice. Oh, they'll notice. They'll see you for the first time, and they'll regret every second they spent underestimating you. So, what's it gonna be? Another night waiting for a miracle? Or are you ready to show them exactly what happens when the forgotten refuse to be forgotten? You think they care about the pain they left you with? You think they lose sleep at night, haunted by the things they did to you? Let me paint you a picture, kid, while you're lying there, staring at the ceiling, drowning in the memories of what they said, what they did. They're out there laughing, smiling, moving on like nothing ever happened. Because to them you were never more than a passing moment, a flicker of something insignificant. You were just a body in the background of their story. And you made the mistake of thinking they saw you, that they valued you, that you mattered. But here's the truth. If you mattered, you wouldn't be sitting here, waiting for something that will never come. I know what you feel, that quiet, creeping rage, that deep, hollow ache inside you. You've swallowed it for so long, tried to silence it, tried to pretend it wasn't there, but it's there. It's always been there. And it's hungry. It's clawing at you, whispering, reminding you of every moment they made you feel like nothing. But instead of feeding it, instead of letting it become the fire that makes you rise, you've been drowning it in excuses. Maybe they didn't mean it. Maybe it was my fault. Maybe one day they'll realize. Number no more maybes, no more waiting, no more hoping for ghosts to come knocking at your door with apologies they never intended to give. They are not coming back. They are not sorry. They never were. And the joke? The cruel little punchline. You've been punishing yourself for their mistakes, carrying the weight of their choices like it was your burden to bear. Every sleepless night, every doubt, every self-hating thought, it was never yours to hold, but they left it with you, didn't they? Like cowards, like thieves in the night, they took what they wanted and left you with the wreckage. And you stood there sifting through the ruins, trying to make sense of it all, trying to find the why. Here's the why. Because they could. Because they knew you'd take it. Because they knew you'd keep bleeding long after they walked away. And that is what ends today. No more waiting. No more wishing. No more carrying the weight of people who never deserved a second thought. You think I don't know what it's like to be left behind, to be broken, to be turned into a joke in someone else's story? Oh, I know. I know better than most. But the difference between you and me? I didn't wait. I didn't sit around hoping the world would wake up and hand me justice. I took it. I carved it into the bones of the people who thought they could write me off. And now they remember my name. That's what you need to do. Not with violence. No, that's too easy. That's what they'd expect. No, you make them regret underestimating you by becoming something greater than they ever imagined. You take all of that pain, all of that anger, and you forge it into something they can never touch again. You build yourself into something untouchable, something undeniable, something that stands so tall, so powerful, that when they hear your name, they feel the sting of every mistake they ever made. But first, you have to wake up. You have to see the world for what it really is. No more fairy tales. No more fantasies where everything falls into place and everyone gets what they deserve. That's not how it works. The only people who get what they deserve are the ones who refuse to accept anything less. And you've been accepting scraps. You've been letting the world feed you lies, letting people walk all over you, hoping that one day they'll see your worth. They won't, not until you make them. Let me tell you something about people. They don't respect kindness. They respect power. They respect presence. They respect the ones who don't flinch when the world throws its worst at them. You think they respect the quiet ones, the ones who always say yes, who always wait, who always hope. Number. They respect the ones who demand to be seen, the ones who walk into the room and command attention without saying a single word. That's who you need to become. And I know the voice in your head is screaming, but I'm tired, I'm broken. I don't have it in me. Yes, you do. You've just never had to use it. But now you do. Now you either stand up or you stay down. Now you either take control or you keep being a puppet in someone else's show. So, what's it gonna be? Are you gonna keep waiting, keep hoping, keep wasting away in the shadows of people who never gave a damn about you? Or are you finally ready to step into the light and show them exactly what happens when the forgotten refuse to be forgotten? Because the wait is over. The time for hoping is done. Now it's time to settle the score. You feel it, don't you? That slow, creeping burn deep inside your chest. The one you've tried to suffocate for so long. The one they told you was too much. The one they convinced you was a weakness. But let me tell you something, kid. That fire inside you, it was never the problem. The problem was that you spent your whole life trying to put it out. You let their words pour over you like cold water, drowning the very thing that could have saved you. And for what? To fit in? To be liked? To be someone they could stomach? Look where that got you. Look at the reflection staring back at you. the hollow eyes, the tired bones, the weight of 1,000 wasted chances sitting heavy on your shoulders. And the worst part? You still think there's time. You still think you can afford another day, another excuse, another quiet moment waiting for things to change. But let me be clear, time is not your friend. Every second you waste, someone else is out there taking what should have been yours. Every moment you hesitate, someone else is stepping up, making moves, getting stronger while you sit there, trapped in your own mind. And trust me, no one's waiting for you to catch up. You think life plays fair? That it's got some grand plan to balance the scales? Cute, real cute. But let me tell you how the real world works. It doesn't care about fairness. It doesn't care about who deserves what. It rewards the ones who take, the ones who refuse to accept scraps, the ones who stop begging and start demanding. And you've been begging for too damn long. You begged for love, for respect, for recognition, for something, anything, to prove that you mattered. And in return, they gave you silence, indifference, abandonment. And yet, here you are, still waiting for some invisible hand to make it right. But let me tell you, kid, no one is coming. No apology, no second chance, no grand moment where they wake up and realize what they did to you. If they cared, they would have never left you bleeding. So tell me, how much more are you willing to take? How many more nights are you going to spend replaying the past, wishing things had been different? How much longer before you realize that your only way forward is to stop looking back? Because that version of you, the one they broke, the one they used, the one they left behind, that version is gone. Buried beneath every scar, every betrayal, every sleepless night where you whispered, I can't do this anymore. But you can. And you will. You just don't know it yet. You've been told your whole life to be patient, to be kind, to forgive and forget. And sure, that sounds nice. Real poetic. But let me ask you, did that kindness protect you? Did it stop them from stepping on your throat when you were at your weakest? No. All it did was make you an easier target. The world doesn't reward kindness. It rewards power. And power doesn't come from waiting. It comes from action. It comes from making a choice, right here, right now, to never be the person they left behind again. Because that's the only way you win. That's the only way you settle the score. No, I'm not telling you to become them. That's too simple. I'm telling you to become more. To rise so high that they can't even reach you. To grow so strong that their words become meaningless. Their absence becomes irrelevant. Their memories become dust in the wind. You don't destroy them by revenge. You destroy them by proving they never had the power to break you in the first place. So stop waiting. Stop hesitating. Stop mourning what's already dead and start building something new, something unbreakable, something they'll never be able to touch again. Because the truth is, kid, the wait is over. The old you is gone. The weak you is dead. And now, it's time to settle the score. You still hesitate, don't you? Still cling to the past like it holds something worth saving, like buried somewhere in the ashes of who you used to be. There's a piece of you that still believes in fairness, in justice, in closure. Let me tell you something. Closure is a fairy tale. A pretty little lie people tell themselves when they don't have the stomach to accept the truth. And the truth? The truth is, the only way you get closure is by creating it yourself. You think they're gonna come back and fix what they broke? You think they'll wake up one morning and feel a sudden rush of guilt, a wave of regret that sends them running to your door, begging for forgiveness? No, they moved on, and you're the only one still standing in the ruins, hoping for a miracle that isn't coming. They're out there living their lives like you never existed, while you're here, trapped in a prison of your own making, replaying every moment like somehow, if you think about it long enough, it'll all make sense. But it won't. It never will. Because the kind of people who do what they did to you, they don't look back. They don't feel. They don't care. But you do. That's the problem, isn't it? You still care. Even after everything. Even after the way they treated you like you were nothing. Like you were disposable. You still carry them with you. Like ghosts, whispering in the back of your mind like a wound that refuses to close. And that is what's killing you. Not them, you. Your loyalty to people who threw you away. Your attachment to a version of the past that never truly existed. Your refusal to accept that some doors were never meant to be reopened. But here's the thing. You don't have to carry this weight anymore. You don't have to keep bleeding for people who wouldn't lift a finger for you. The second you decide to let go, to cut the chains, to finally turn your back on what's been holding you down, you become something else, something stronger, something free. That's the part they don't tell you. The power in walking away. The strength in not looking back. The moment you realize that everything you thought you needed, you never needed it at all. The moment you see them for what they really are, just people. Weak, selfish, forgettable people who never deserved a place in your story. And when that moment comes, when you finally wake up and understand that you were always worth more than what they gave you, something inside you will shift. The fear, it'll vanish. The doubt, it'll fade. And all that'll be left is clarity. A cold, sharp realization that everything you spent years mourning was just a stepping stone, a test, a lesson, and now it's time for the next chapter. No more waiting, no more hoping, no more wasting time on people who never saw your worth. You rise, you rebuild, you become something they can't ignore. Because the only way to win this game isn't by begging for what you lost. It's by becoming something greater than they ever imagined. It's by turning your pain into fuel, your scars into armor, your past into the fire that burns away every last trace of the person they tried to break. And when you do, when they see you standing there, untouchable, unshaken, unstoppable, that's when they'll understand. That's when the regret will hit them like a blade to the throat. But by then, it'll be too late for them. Because you won't need them anymore. Because you'll finally be free. The wait is over. It's time to settle the score. And when you finally wake up, when the fog lifts, and you see things for what they truly are, there's no going back. No more illusions, no more excuses, no more waiting for a better ending. Because now you see the world for what it is, a battlefield, a game of survival, and the only ones who make it out alive are the ones who stop playing by the rules written for them. You were taught to be patient, to wait your turn, to be the bigger person. And look where it got you, a front row seat to your own destruction. You watched them take from you piece by piece, stripping you down to nothing, leaving you with scars only you could see. And the worst part? You let them. You stood there, hands open, offering more, as if sacrificing yourself would somehow make them stay, as if breaking yourself down would somehow make them whole. But here's what you failed to see. They never saw you as a person. You were just a convenience, a temporary fix, a stepping stone on their path to something better. And now they're gone, moved on like you never existed. And you're stuck here, haunted by the memories, carrying the weight of their choices as if it was your cross to bear. But let me ask you something. Why? Why are you still bleeding for people who never even looked back? Why are you punishing yourself for the sins they committed? Why are you still standing in the ruins, waiting for ghosts to come home? Wake up, wake upper. The past isn't a door waiting to be reopened. It's a grave, and the only thing left to do now is bury it. Because every second you waste looking back is a second stolen from the person you're meant to become. Every moment spent hoping for an apology that will never come is a moment given to the very people who never deserved you in the first place. So, what now? Do you keep waiting? Keep suffering? Keep waking up every day feeling like a prisoner in your own skin, weighed down by the echoes of people who never truly mattered? Or do you finally decide that enough is enough? Because that's what it comes down to. A decision. A moment where you either keep breaking under the weight of the past, or you burn it to the ground and build something new. And let me tell you, the second you decide to let go, to truly let go, everything changes. The world shifts. The weight lifts, and for the first time, you see it. The power that was inside you all along. The strength they tried to bury. The fire they tried to put out. And when you step into that power, when you finally understand that you were never weak, that you were never broken, that you were never less than, that's when you win. Not by becoming like them, not by seeking revenge, but by becoming untouchable, by rising so high that they can't even reach you, by proving that every wound, every betrayal, every sleepless night was nothing but fuel for the fire that forged you into something greater. And oh, how they'll regret it. How they'll look at you, standing tall, standing strong, and realize that they lost something they can never get back. But by then, you won't care, because their regret, their guilt, their longing, it won't matter. They'll be nothing but a whisper in the wind, a forgotten chapter in the book of someone who became unstoppable. Because the truth is, the best revenge isn't proving them wrong. It's proving that they never mattered in the first place. And that starts now. No more waiting, no more mourning, no more carrying the weight of people who threw you away. And when that moment comes, when you finally strip away the illusions and see the world for what it truly is, you will realize something that should have been obvious from the start. They were never stronger than you. They were never smarter, never better, never more deserving. No, the only advantage they had was that they knew how to take. They knew how to use. They knew how to make you doubt yourself while they walked away with the pieces of you they never earned. And you let them. You let them walk all over you, because somewhere along the way, someone convinced you that being selfless was the right thing to do, that sacrificing yourself for others made you noble, that bending, breaking, bleeding for the sake of people who wouldn't lift a finger for you somehow made you good. But let me ask you something. Where did that kindness get you? Where did all that patience, all that waiting, all that hoping get you? Nowhere. Because this world doesn't reward good intentions. It rewards action. It rewards strength. And strength isn't about fists. It's not about revenge. It's not about making them feel what you felt. No. True strength is when you finally stop caring. When you finally let go of the need to be seen, to be understood, to be validated by people who were never capable of seeing you in the first place. You have wasted too much time. Too much. Time you will never get back. Nights spent overthinking. Days spent pretending you were fine. Years spent convincing yourself that if you just held on a little longer, things would change. But things don't change on their own. People don't change on their own. And if you keep waiting for that perfect moment, that perfect opportunity, that perfect sign, you'll be waiting until there's nothing left of you. Because that's what waiting does. It steals from you. It takes pieces of your soul, one by one, whispering lies in your ear, telling you to be patient, to endure, to forgive. And before you know it, you're nothing but a shadow of what you were meant to be. But not anymore. No, not anymore. Because today is the day it all ends. Today is the day you stop looking back. Today is the day you take back every second, every breath, every heartbeat they stole from you. And no, I don't mean by getting even. I mean by rising so far above them that they can't even reach you. By becoming the kind of person who doesn't need revenge because success is the only answer you'll ever need. And make no mistake, kid, they will regret it. Every word, every choice, every betrayal, every moment they thought they could live without you will come back to haunt them. Because they never expected you to rise. They never expected you to walk away. They thought they broke you, thought they could mold you into whatever they wanted, thought they could control you. And for a while, they did. But now, you're something else, something untouchable. Something dangerous, something they can never have again. And the best part? You don't even care anymore. That's the real revenge. That's the real power. When they finally look back, desperate, searching for the person they once controlled, and they realize that person doesn't exist anymore. They lost you. And not because they walked away, not because of time or distance or circumstance. They lost you because you chose to let them go. And that is what will haunt them more than anything. So take a deep breath, feel it, that shift, that change, that moment when you stop being the victim of your own story and start being the one who writes the ending. This is it. This is your rebirth. No more waiting. No more hoping. No more mourning what was never meant to law. And when that final piece of doubt leaves you, when the last chain of hesitation snaps, you will feel something you haven't felt in a long time. Freedom. Not the kind they talk about in books, not the kind you see in movies, where everything suddenly falls into place and the pain just disappears. No, this is a different kind of freedom. The kind that comes with knowing, deep in your bones, that you owe no one anything. That you are done explaining yourself, done waiting, done hoping, because the truth is, they were never going to give you what you needed. They were never going to come back and fix what they broke. They were never going to wake up one day and see you the way you wanted them to. And you know what? That's fine. Because now you see yourself. And that is the only thing that ever really mattered. You were a prisoner to their words, their opinions, their validation. But look around. Where are they now? Where are the people who made you feel like you were never enough? Where are the ones who looked you in the eye and swore they'd be there, only to vanish when you needed them most? Gone. And that is the greatest lesson life will ever teach you. People leave. People forget. People move on. And the only thing left the only thing you can ever truly count on is you. So what are you going to do with that? Spend another day mourning what's already dead? Another night begging the universe for answers that will never come? Or are you finally ready to rise? Because that's what this is. It's not just a decision. It's not just a shift in mindset. It's a war. And the battlefield isn't out there in the world. It's in your head. It's every voice that told you you weren't good enough. Every memory that drags you back into the past. Every doubt that tries to convince you to stay small, to stay quiet, to stay weak. But you aren't weak. You never were. You were just waiting for permission to be strong. Well, here it is, your permission, your moment, your turning point. No more chains, no more ghosts, no more carrying the weight of people who never deserved to be in your life in the first place. Because the truth, they lost you the second they thought you would always be there. They lost you the moment they underestimated your ability to survive without them. And when they look back, when they see what you've become, when they realize that their absence didn't break you, it built you, that will be the moment they feel the weight of their own choices. And you won't even look back, because the past is nothing but ashes now. And you are the fire that rises from it. So breathe, stand up, step forward, and never look back. They talk too much. Have you noticed? They never stop. Words, opinions, judgments, spitting them out like venom, hoping you'll drink it and collapse. People love the sound of their own voices, love to believe they know everything, love to think their words hold power. But words are weak. Power is silence. Power is the storm you don't see coming. Power is the fire that burns quietly, waiting until it swallows everything whole. You think you need to explain yourself? You think you owe them an answer? Oh, no. See, that's the trap. That's how they get you. They push, they prod, they poke until you speak, until you give them something to twist, to mock, to tear apart. They can't control what they don't understand, and silence is a language they don't speak. You ever watch a predator in the wild? A lion, a wolf, a snake? They don't waste time yapping. They don't explain why they're dangerous. They don't justify their strength. They move in silence, strike when it matters, and the world trembles beneath them. That's you, or at least that's what you should be. Because the moment you start explaining, the moment you start defending yourself, you hand them the weapon they'll use to cut you down. And you've given them too much already. Your trust, your time, your patience. And what did they do? They chewed it up and spit it back in your face. That's what people do. That's what they always do. They take and take and take. And when there's nothing left, they leave. And you You're the fool left holding the pieces, wondering where it all went wrong. Let me tell you something. Something dark. Something real. They never cared. Not really. If they did, they wouldn't have doubted you, wouldn't have mocked you, wouldn't have turned their backs the second it was convenient. You think they're watching, waiting, hoping you'll rise? They're waiting for you to fall, waiting for a crack in the armor, waiting to see if you'll break. So don't. Be silent. Be still. Be unreadable. Be the thing that haunts them in their quietest moments. Because when you stop responding, when you stop giving them access to your mind, your emotions, your reactions, they panic. They realize they have no control. And that's when you win. Because words are for the weak, for the desperate, for the ones begging to be understood. But silence is for the ones who have nothing to prove. And you have nothing to prove. They'll never admit it. But silence scares them. It makes them nervous. It makes them uneasy. Because people like control. They like knowing they can pull your strings, make you react, make you flinch. But when you refuse to give them that satisfaction, when you just sit there, unmoved, unreadable, untouchable, they start to squirm. You see, silence forces them to face themselves, and that's the last thing they ever want to do. Most people walk around with a mask on their face, lying to themselves about who they really are. But when you don't play along, when you stop feeding them your emotions, your thoughts, your explanations, you force them to deal with themselves. You become a mirror. And trust me, people hate mirrors because mirrors don't lie. That's why they try so hard to get a reaction out of you. That's why they poke, why they insult, why they whisper behind your back and laugh when they think you're not listening. It's not about you. It never was. It's about them, their insecurity, their weakness, their need to feel powerful. They talk because talking makes them feel important. But deep down, they know the truth. They know their words don't mean anything. But you're different. You don't need their validation. You don't need their approval. And that's power. That's why they hate you. That's why they'll keep trying to drag you into their little games. Why they'll push you, test you, do everything they can to break you. Let them try. You don't have to prove a damn thing to anyone. Not to them, not to the world, not to yourself. Because real power, real strength, it doesn't need to be explained. It doesn't need to be announced. You don't see a storm screaming about how dangerous it is. It just comes. It just destroys. And that's what you'll do. See? They expect you to crumble. They expect you to lash out, to get angry, to beg for their acceptance. They want to see you react, because a reaction means control. But when you refuse to react, when you sit there like a stone, when you let them waste their breath while you say nothing, oh, they hate that. They fear that. Because suddenly, they're not in charge anymore. Suddenly, they realize they don't matter. And that drives them insane. Because people like to believe they have an effect on you. They like to think their words can cut, that their opinions can shape you, that their presence means something. But when you stop responding, when you stop letting them in, when you stop giving them access to your mind, they become nothing. And nothing is the one thing they can't handle being. So be their nightmare. Be the silence that haunts them. Let them wonder what you're thinking. Let them lay awake at night, questioning if they ever mattered to you at all. Because the second they realize they never had power over you to begin with, that's when you've already won. And winning, it's quiet. It doesn't need to be announced. It doesn't need applause. Winning is walking away without a word while they're still standing there, shouting into the wind, desperate for a response that will never come. That's what true strength looks like. Not fists, not shouting, not threats, just silence. And silence? Silence is a language only the strong understand. They'll keep talking. That's all they know how to do. They'll try to fill the air with their voices, drowning in their own noise, desperately clawing for relevance. But you'll sit in silence, watching, listening, waiting. And that will destroy them, because they expect a reaction. They expect you to defend yourself, to explain yourself, to argue. They expect to be important enough to move you. But when you don't, when you just let them talk, let them scream, let them waste their breath, that's when they start to crack. You see, people fear silence more than they fear the truth. Because truth, they can argue with that. They can twist it, spin it, bury it under lies. But silence? Silence is untouchable. Silence is a wall they can't climb. And that makes them powerless. So let them talk. Let them spill their poison. Let them laugh. Let them judge. Let them tear you down with their words. Because in the end, that's all they have. Words. And words, they're empty. You ever watch a snake? A real one, I mean. A viper, coiled in the dirt, eyes locked, body still. It doesn't hiss. It doesn't thrash. It waits. Because it knows something they don't. Real power doesn't need to announce itself. A real predator doesn't need to prove it's dangerous. It just is. That's you. Or at least, that's who you need to become. Cold, calculated, silent. You don't argue with fools. You don't waste your breath on people who don't matter. You don't explain yourself to those who aren't worth the explanation. Because the second you do, the second you lower yourself to their level, you've already lost. And they want you to lose. They need you to lose. Because if you don't, if you stay silent, if you refuse to give them what they want, they're forced to sit with a truth they can't handle. They never mattered to you in the first place. And that burns. Because people are desperate to matter, to be significant, to leave a mark. And when you walk away without a word, when you make it clear they were nothing but noise, nothing but background static in your world, that's when they realize the truth. You were never playing their game. And that's when they start to panic, because they realize something terrifying. They talked, and you didn't listen. They judged, and you didn't care. They tried to break you, and you didn't even flinch. That's power. And they will hate you for it. They will despise you for it. They will say anything to pull you back, to make you doubt, to make you speak. Because silence makes them feel small, and they can't stand that. But let them drown in their own words. Let them burn in their own doubt. Let them rot in the grave they dug for you. Because you have no time for the weak, no time for the desperate, no time for the ones who tried to break you. They will beg for your words. They will desperately try to drag you into their chaos. They will scream for you to acknowledge them. You know why they can't stand silence? Because silence doesn't give them a script to follow. See, people thrive on reaction. They live for conflict, for drama, for the game. A game they've been playing their whole lives. One they expect you to participate in without question. They push, they prod, they spit their insults. They whisper their doubts, all to pull you in. Because the moment you respond, they win. The moment you justify yourself, explain yourself, defend yourself, you've handed them exactly what they wanted. Proof that they still have a hold on you, that their words matter. But what happens when you don't respond? When they throw everything at you, when they fire every bullet, when they try to cut deep, and you don't even blink? Oh, that's when it gets interesting. That's when you see it. The shift, the hesitation, the creeping doubt behind their eyes, because suddenly they're not in control anymore. Suddenly their words, their mighty, all-powerful words, fall flat. And that terrifies them. Because people like to believe they're important, that their opinions hold weight, that their voices have the power to shake you, to shape you, to define you. But when you sit there, silent, when you don't flinch, when you don't even acknowledge their existence, that's when reality slaps them across the face like a cold, merciless hand. They mean nothing to you, and that breaks them more than any insult ever could. Because an insult, that's still attention. Anger, that's still engagement. But silence is erasure. Silence is non-existence. And to them, that's worse than any hell they could ever imagine. You see, people fear silence because silence forces them to confront the one thing they've been running from their entire lives: themselves, their own thoughts, their own weaknesses, their own irrelevance. And when you refuse to engage, when you refuse to feed them, when you cut them off and leave them to rot in their own noise, you force them to face the truth. They were never as powerful as they thought they were. And that's when the real panic sets in. Because suddenly, they're not in control. Suddenly, they don't know what to do. They scream louder, they push harder, they try every trick in the book to break your silence. And the more you refuse to react, the more desperate they become. It's almost pathetic, really, watching them scramble, watching them beg. Because that's what it is, isn't it? A plea, a desperate cry for significance. But you owe them nothing, not a word, not a glance, not a single shred of acknowledgement. Because let me tell you something, the strongest people in this world, they don't waste their breath. They don't waste their time. They don't explain themselves to those who don't deserve an explanation. They know that true power isn't in what you say. It's in what you withhold. It's in what you refuse to give. And you're not here to entertain the weak. You're not here to dance for their amusement. You're not here to prove anything to anyone. You are here to walk away. Because when you walk away, when you leave them standing in the wreckage of their own useless words, that's when you win. That's when they realize they were never in the same league as you to begin with. And that will haunt them more than anything else ever could. Let them talk. Let them choke on their own words. Let them fill the air with their noise. Let them believe, foolishly, that their voices mean something to you. Because that's the funny thing about people, isn't it? They think volume equals value. They think if they speak loud enough, long enough, if they repeat themselves enough times, that somehow their words will carve into your skin like a blade. But that's their delusion. That's their weakness. Because words are powerless unless you let them have power. Words are just vibrations in the air, just desperate attempts to matter in a world that forgets people in an instant. But silence is permanent. Silence is unshakable. Silence is the graveyard where their words go to die. And that's why they can't stand it. That's why they fear it. Because silence leaves them with nothing. Nothing to twist. Nothing to attack. Nothing to fuel their pathetic little egos. When you don't respond, when you don't even acknowledge their existence, they're forced to confront the one thing they never wanted to face, the truth. And the truth is that they never had power over you. They only thought they did. They thought their opinions could shape you, thought their insults could define you, thought their presence in your life actually mattered. But when you cut them off, when you leave them shouting into the void, grasping at the air, clawing for a reaction that will never come, that's when reality destroys them. That's when they realize they were never important to you. And that will haunt them. Because people They can handle hate. They can handle anger. They can even handle defeat. But irrelevance? That's a fate worse than death. When you give them nothing, when you erase them from your life as if they never existed, that's when they start to crumble. That's when they lose sleep at night, replaying every word they ever said to you, wondering desperately where they went wrong, wondering why you never fought back, why you never reacted, why you never cared. And that's what will drive them insane. Because their whole world, their entire existence, is built on attention, on validation, on knowing they can get under someone's skin. And when you don't let them, when you take that away, you don't just hurt them, you break them. You reduce them to nothing. And there is nothing more terrifying to a weak person than realizing they were never strong to begin with. So let them waste their breath. Let them scream. Let them shout. Let them hurl their little words into the air like pebbles against a mountain. And you will stand there, silent, unmoved, untouchable. Because that is power. That is strength. That is the difference between you and them. You don't need their words. You don't need their approval. And you sure as hell don't need to explain yourself to people who were never worth the explanation. Because explanations, they're for the ones who seek permission. And you don't ask for permission. You take what's yours. You build in silence. You rise in silence. You win in silence. And when the dust settles, when their voices fade, when they finally realize you were never listening in the first place, that's when they will understand. They lost before they even started. Let them talk. Let them run their mouths dry. Let them drown in the ocean of their own noise. Because in the end, that's all they have. Noise. Empty. Desperate. Meaningless noise. They speak because they need to believe they matter. Because if they stop, even for a second, they might hear the silence creeping in, whispering the truth they don't want to face. They are nothing. But you don't need to speak. You don't need to argue. You don't need to lower yourself to the level of the desperate and the weak, because silence is above them. Silence is beyond them. Silence is the language of the undefeated. And that's why they fear it. They fear it more than they fear being hated, more than they fear being beaten. Because silence is not an attack. It is an absence of care, an absence of respect, an absence of them. And that is the worst fate imaginable to someone who believes the world should revolve around them. Because to be hated is still to be acknowledged. To be fought is still to be relevant. But to be ignored, to be nothing in someone else's eyes, that is death. So let them waste their breath. Let them spit their insults. Let them mock. Let them sneer. Let them convince themselves that they still have some kind of grip on you, because it's all they can do. It's all they know how to do. They think if they scream loud enough, if they press hard enough, if they push you into a corner, you will finally break. You will finally give them what they want, but you won't, because you are not like them. You do not beg for attention. You do not feed off of validation. You do not owe them a response. You owe them nothing, and nothing is exactly what you will give them. Because silence is not surrender. Silence is not weakness. Silence is not a lack of words. It is a weapon. A sharper, colder, deadlier weapon than anything they could ever comprehend. Silence is the void that swallows their voices whole, leaving them screaming into a black hole that does not answer, does not care, does not even recognize their existence. And that is what breaks them, because they want to matter. They need to matter. But when you don't react, when you don't respond, when you don't even look in their direction, you are showing them the truth they cannot accept. They never mattered at all, not to you, not to anyone, not even to themselves. And that is why they will keep coming. That is why they will keep trying. That is why they will burn themselves alive just to get a flicker of recognition from you. But you won't flinch. You won't turn. You won't speak. You will walk away. Because silence is the final act, the final judgment, the final nail in their coffin. And when the dust settles, when their voices fade into nothing, when they are left staring at the space where you once stood, realizing that you have already moved on, already left, already forgotten them, that is when they will know. They lost. They lost the second they thought their words could touch you. They lost the second they believed they had any power over you. They lost the second they underestimated the strength of someone who does not need to speak to win. Let them shout. Let them scream. Let them think in their tiny, fragile minds that their voices can reach you, that their insults can shake you, that their judgment matters. It is almost amusing, really, watching them grasp for control that was never theirs to begin with, because that's all it is, a desperate attempt to hold on to the illusion of power. They believe that if they talk long enough, if they scream loud enough, if they hurl enough words in your direction, they will force you to break your silence. But silence is where the real power lies, because silence forces them to sit with their own thoughts. It leaves them alone with the weight of their own existence. And that is what truly terrifies them. Because the people who run their mouths the most, the ones who can't stand silence, who fill every moment with noise, who drown in their own words, they do it because they fear what will happen if they ever stop talking. They fear what they might hear in the silence. They fear the truth creeping in, whispering in the quiet spaces between their words. And the truth is that their voices mean nothing. That is why they will never stop. That is why they will try again and again and again, circling you like vultures, desperate for a reaction. Because the moment you react, the moment you acknowledge them, even with anger, even with hatred, they have won. They have inserted themselves into your mind. They have proven, even for a second, that they matter. And that is all they have ever wanted. But when you refuse, when you stand there, cold, unreadable, untouchable, that is when the fear sets in. That is when they start to question everything. Because silence is not just the absence of words. Silence is the absence of them. And they cannot handle that. Because silence means they do not exist in your world. Silence means they have no power over you. Silence means that no matter how loud they scream, no matter how cruel they try to be, no matter what they do, they cannot reach you. And that is the greatest wound of all. You see, people are obsessed with control. They want to feel like they can bend the world to their will, like their opinions shape reality, like their presence holds weight. And when you deny them that, when you do not even give them the courtesy of a response, you do something far worse than defeating them. You make them irrelevant. And irrelevance, that is the death they fear most. Because when you erase someone with silence, when you show them without a single word that their existence does not touch you, that their voice is just noise carried away by the wind, you are delivering a punishment greater than any insult, greater than any revenge. You are showing them that they never mattered in the first place. And that is something they will never forgive, because they can recover from an insult. They can recover from an argument. They can twist your words, manipulate your anger, find a way to still feel important. But silence leaves them with nothing to hold on to. Silence strips them of everything. It robs them of the one thing they cannot live without, the illusion that they are significant. That is why you will never break your silence. That is why you will never explain yourself. That is why you will walk away without looking back, without hesitation, without regret. Because the moment you do, the moment you leave them screaming into the void, is the moment they realize they were never playing the same game as you. Because you do not play games. You end them. And silence is the final move. The moment they stop hearing your voice is the moment they lose. Not because you defeated them, but because they were never strong enough to stand in the silence with you. Let them shout into the void. Let them scream your name, curse your existence, hurl their words like weapons made of glass, because that's all they are: fragile, brittle, weak. Words cannot touch you unless you let them. Words only cut if you reach out and grab them. And you are beyond their reach, beyond their petty insults, their desperate opinions, their useless, pathetic attempts to control something they never had a grip on in the first place. They think you care. That's the greatest joke of all. They think you lie awake at night, replaying their words, questioning yourself, wondering if they were right. But the truth is that they are the ones lying awake. Because silence does not let them rest. Silence follows them. It lingers in the corners of their mind, in the spaces between their thoughts. It eats at them, wears them down, drives them insane. Because silence is not an absence. It is a presence. A heavy, suffocating, merciless presence that reminds them again and again that they do not matter, that they never mattered, and they cannot stand that. People like to believe they have control, that their words can shape the world, that their opinions hold weight. But when you do not respond, when you do not even blink in their direction, you are showing them that they were never as important as they believed themselves to be. And that breaks them more than anything else ever could. Because people fear the idea of being nothing. They fear irrelevance more than they fear death. They can justify losing. They can justify failure. They can twist their defeat into something noble, something grand. But being ignored, being forgotten, being erased, that is something they cannot recover from. And that is your victory. Not in arguments, not in fights, not in proving them wrong. Your victory is in the silence that follows them, the silence that chokes them, the silence that they cannot escape, because they will try. Oh, they will try. They will throw everything they have at you. They will dig through the past. They will invent new lies. They will gather their little armies, their pathetic little crowds, all chanting the same worthless nonsense. And you will say nothing. You will stand there, untouched, unshaken, untouchable. Because true strength, true dominance, it is not found in words. It is found in the refusal to engage. It is found in the understanding that not everything demands a response, that not everyone deserves an answer, that silence is not just a choice, it is a judgment, a verdict, a sentence. And your silence is their execution. It is the weight they cannot lift, the truth they cannot deny, the nightmare they cannot wake up from. Because when the shouting is over, when their voices are hoarse, when they are left gasping for breath, hoping, begging for just one word from you, just one sign that they still matter, they will be met with nothing. And nothing is what will destroy them. Not fire, not rage, not revenge, just silence. Because silence is the most powerful answer of all. And when you finally walk away, when you leave them drowning in the words they once thought had power, They will realize the truth too late. They were never strong enough to exist in your world to begin with. Silence. Funny how the world fears it. They can scream at you, tear you apart with their words. And yet, when you respond with nothing, when you strip them of the reaction they crave, they lose their grip. They're like dogs barking at a stone wall, frustrated, powerless. You see, my friend, people think power lies in words, in their ability to get under your skin, to make you flinch. They think it's in the insults they hurl, or the control they pretend to have over you. But let me tell you something real. Their power, it's an illusion. It's smoke and mirrors. It only works if you let it. React, and you give them the fuel they need. Stay silent, and you starve them of it. Think about this. Ever seen a fire? It roars and blazes, consumes everything in its path. But take away the oxygen, and what happens? It dies. That's what your silence does. It suffocates the flames of their control. Every time you hold your tongue, every time you refuse to give them the satisfaction of your pain, you're cutting off their air supply. And yeah, I know what you're thinking, but Joker, isn't that weakness? Isn't silence just letting them win? No, no, no. Silence isn't weakness. It's restraint. It's power. The strongest man in the room isn't the one who shouts the loudest. It's the one who stands unshaken while chaos rages around him. You've been through it, haven't you? The betrayals, the lies, the people who smiled to your face while sharpening the knife for your back. They wanted to see you fall. They wanted you to beg, to crumble. But here's the truth. They can't handle. You're still standing. Let me tell you about a wolf, a lone wolf, cast out of the pack. The world sees him as weak because he's alone. But that wolf, he learns to survive on his own, to hunt without help, to endure the cold without warmth. That wolf becomes stronger than the pack could ever imagine. And when the time comes, that same wolf can tear apart the very pack that abandoned him. You, my friend, are that wolf. You don't need them. You don't need their approval, their pity, their fake love. They want you to chase after them, to beg for their attention. Don't. Show them nothing, not a word, not a glance. Show them your back as you walk away. That's where your strength lies, in refusing to play their game. People will call you cold. They'll call you heartless. Let them, because they'll never understand what it took for you to survive. They didn't see the nights you spent alone, the tears you wiped away when no one was looking. They didn't hear the battles in your head, the ones you fought just to keep going. And you know what's funny? The same people who mock you, who try to break you, they're the ones who fear you the most. They fear the silence because it means they don't matter. It means their words have no weight, their actions no consequence. Silence is your shield, your weapon. Let me break it down for you. Life is like a chessboard. Every move, every reaction, it's a piece you give away. Show them anger, and you've lost a pawn. Show them fear, and you've given away your queen. But stay still, keep your silence, and you've checkmated them without moving a piece. Think about the greats, the ones who truly changed the world. They didn't waste their energy arguing with fools. They didn't stop to explain themselves to those who wouldn't understand. No, they moved in silence. Let their actions do the talking. And when they struck, it was decisive. Here's the thing. People will try to control you because they're terrified of losing control over their own lives. They project their insecurities onto you, their fears, their failures. They want you to carry the weight of their brokenness so they don't have to face it. Don't fall for it. You've got to be like water. Water doesn't argue with the rocks in its path. It flows around them, over them, through them. It carves its own way, silently, persistently. And in the end, it shapes the very rocks that try to stop it. So, here's my advice. Let them talk. Let them scheme. Let them try to break you. But show them no reaction. None. Their power ends where your silence begins. Walk away from their noise, their drama, their chaos. Focus on your path, your goals, your strength. And when the day comes, and it will come, when they realize they couldn't break you, they'll fear you. Not because of what you said, but because of what you didn't. Not because of what you did, but because of what you became. Stand tall, be the wolf, not the sheep. Be the silence, not the noise. And remember this, your silence isn't just the absence of words. It's the presence of power. It's the loudest thing they'll never hear. They don't deserve your pain. Save it for yourself. Use it to build, to rise, to conquer. And when you do, when you've reached the top, look back, not to gloat, not to pity, but to remind yourself that silence was the key all along. Ah, but I know it's not easy, is it? Silence isn't the path most people take. They run their mouths because they're afraid of being forgotten, of being irrelevant. But let me tell you a secret. Words are cheap. They're empty currency for people with empty lives. Actions, silence. Now that is expensive. Only the strong can afford it. They're going to test you. Oh, they'll poke, prod, try to get a rise out of you. Why? Because your reaction validates their existence. It gives them purpose, meaning. Don't give it to them. Let them scream into the void while you remain untouchable. That's power. That's dominance. Do you know what happens when you react? When you argue, you've already lost. The moment you respond, you're playing their game on their terms. They're not looking for resolution. No, they're looking for control. They want to drag you into their chaos because that's where they thrive. But you don't belong in the mud. You were born for higher places. You ever see a lion react to the barking of dogs? Never. The king doesn't lower himself to the level of peasants. He keeps his head high, his stride steady. He doesn't need to prove his power. It's understood. Be that lion. And when they come at you with their petty games, their insults, their betrayal, because they will, don't flinch. Don't blink. Silence isn't just your weapon. It's your fortress. Build your walls high. Let no one in who doesn't deserve it. But I know what you're thinking. What if it hurts? What if the silence feels like loneliness? My friend, that's where they've got you twisted. Silence isn't loneliness. It's solitude. There's a difference. Loneliness is when you're begging for someone to fill the void. Solitude is when you've learned to fill it yourself. You've got to learn to enjoy your own company. Become your own fortress, your own kingdom. When you're truly comfortable being alone, no one can use isolation as a weapon against you. And trust me, they'll try. They'll abandon you, ghost you, cut you off just to see you crumble. Don't. Stand taller. Smile through it. You think the sun cares when the clouds block its light? No, it waits. Patiently. It knows the clouds will pass, that its warmth will be felt again. You, my friend, are that sun. And the people trying to block your light, they're temporary, fleeting. Let me tell you a story. There was once a man who was mocked, ridiculed, cast aside. They said he'd never amount to anything. They laughed at his failures, at his pain. And do you know what he did? He stayed silent. He didn't fight back. He didn't try to prove them wrong. He let his work, his grind, his success speak for itself. And when the day came, when he stood on top of the mountain, they were the ones scrambling for his attention. But by then, he didn't need them. He had already won. That's your future. But only if you learn to master the art of silence. Silence isn't passive, it's active. It's a choice, a discipline. It's saying, I don't need your validation. I don't need your approval. I am enough as I am. The world will try to tell you otherwise. It will scream at you, shove its insecurities in your face. Don't listen. They don't know your story, your struggles, your scars, and they never will, because you owe them nothing. Not your pain, not your joy, not your energy. Scars. Let's talk about those, shall we? You've got them, don't you? Physical, emotional, mental. They tried to use them to break you, to define you. But scars, they're not weaknesses. They're badges of honor. Proof that you survived what was meant to destroy you. Wear them with pride. Let them remind you of what you overcame. And when they point at your scars, when they try to use them against you, just smile. Because those scars, they terrify them. They remind them of your strength, your resilience. They remind them that you've been through hell and came out the other side. You don't owe anyone an explanation for your survival. You don't owe them an apology for your silence. Let them wonder. Let them speculate. Their assumptions are not your burden. And one last thing. Don't let anger consume you. I know. It's tempting. They've hurt you, betrayed you, lied to you. The rage burns, doesn't it? But anger, it's a double-edged sword. Wield it wisely. Use it to fuel your grind, your success. But don't let it control you, because the ultimate revenge isn't anger. It's indifference. It's looking at the people who tried to break you and realizing they don't matter. Not anymore. Not ever. My friend, when the world comes for you, when it tries to drag you down, remember this. Show them no reaction. Their power ends where your silence begins. And in that silence, you'll find something far greater. Peace, strength, freedom. You know what's funny about silence? It's not just a defense. It's a weapon. People think words cut deep, but silence is the blade they never see coming. It slices through their illusions, their egos, their false sense of power. You ever notice how uncomfortable people get when you don't respond? They fidget, they stammer, they try harder to provoke you. Why? Because they're scared. Scared of the void your silence creates. Scared of the reflection they see in it. Let me paint a picture for you. Imagine a man standing in a crowd, everyone shouting at him, mocking him, demanding his reaction. But he stands still, his face calm, his eyes steady. The crowd grows louder, more desperate, and then, one by one, they fall silent. Why? Because they realize their words have no power over him. That's what you need to be. A stone in a sea of noise. Unmoved, untouchable. They'll call you arrogant, cold, unfeeling. Let them. They can't understand the strength it takes to remain silent in a world that thrives on noise. They don't see the discipline it requires, the self-control. Silence is not the absence of emotion. It's the mastery of it. It's knowing when to speak and when to let your silence scream louder than any words ever could. But don't get me wrong, it's not about being passive. Silence isn't about hiding. It's about choosing. Choosing what deserves your energy, your attention. Most people, they're not worth it. They don't deserve to hear your pain, your story, your truth. They'll twist it, use it against you. So, guard it, protect it. Think of your silence as a vault. and inside, it is your power. Don't open that vault for just anyone. Most people aren't worthy of what's inside. They haven't earned it. And if they try to force it open, lock it tighter. And here's the thing. When you choose silence, you force the world to listen to your actions. Because actions, my friend, are the loudest language. When you rise, when you succeed, when you thrive, despite everything they did to you, that's when you speak. Not with words, but with results. Look, I'm not saying it's going to be easy. It's not. The world doesn't like people who don't play by its rules. They'll try to break you, to force you to conform. They'll say, "Why aren't you defending yourself? Why aren't you fighting back?" But here's the truth. They're not looking for answers. They're looking for weakness. Don't give it to them. You've got to understand something about people. They're addicted to control. They want to control how you think, how you feel, how you react. But silence takes that control away. It puts the power back in your hands. Think about the greats, the warriors, the leaders, the legends. They didn't waste their breath on the opinions of lesser men. They didn't stop to explain themselves to those who couldn't see their vision. They kept moving forward, focused, relentless. That's what you need to do. You've got a storm inside you, I can see it. It's raging, tearing you apart. But that storm, it's not your enemy, it's your power. Harness it, channel it, let it fuel you. Because storms don't apologize for their destruction, and neither should you. Here's another thing most people won't tell you. Silence isn't just about ignoring the noise around you. It's about silencing the noise within. Those voices in your head, the ones telling you you're not good enough, that you'll never make it. Shut them up. Drown them out with action, with progress. You ever hear the phrase, "Are still waters run deep"? That's you. Calm on the surface, but beneath, depths they can't even begin to fathom. That's your strength. They'll underestimate you because you don't show your cards, because you don't react the way they expect. Let them. Let their ignorance be your advantage. But don't let your silence turn into isolation. There's a difference. Silence is a tool, a strategy. Isolation, that's a trap. Build your circle carefully. Surround yourself with those who understand your silence, who respect it. Not everyone will. Most won't. And that's okay. Quality over quantity. Always. Remember this. Every great movement starts in silence. The most profound changes, the most powerful revolutions, they begin in the quiet moments when no one is watching. That's where you are now, in the silence, laying the foundation for something greater. And when the time comes, when you've built your empire, when you've reached the heights they said you never could, they'll realize their mistake. They'll see that their words, their noise, their games, they were nothing. They were dust. You don't need to announce your plans, your dreams, your struggles. Keep them guessing. Keep them wondering. Mystery is power. Let your silence speak for you. And when you do speak, make it count. Every word, every action, make it a statement they'll never forget. When you walk away from the noise, from the chaos, don't look back. The past has nothing new to say. Focus on the path ahead. It's yours to carve, yours to conquer. And when you reach the end, you'll realize the truth. The silence wasn't just a tool. It was your greatest ally. You see, silence is more than just a reaction or the lack of one. It's an art, a strategy. But like any weapon, it takes practice, it takes patience, because they'll come at you harder when they realize you're not playing their game. They'll dig deeper, push further, testing every boundary until you either break or prove unbreakable. That's the beauty of it. Silence forces them to show their hand while you remain untouchable. Let me give you an example. Imagine a chessboard. Life, my friend, is one big game of chess. Every move matters. Every reaction is a piece you sacrifice. Now, most people, they throw away their pawns without thinking. They react to every jab, every insult, every provocation. And before they know it, they're cornered, out of moves, out of power. But you're not most people. You gotta play the long game. Don't respond to their noise. Don't fall for their traps. Hold your ground. Let them make their moves. And when the time is right, when they've exhausted themselves trying to break you, that's when you strike. Not with words, not with anger, but with action, with results. Checkmate. They'll hate you for it, you know. Your silence, it terrifies them because it forces them to face themselves, their insecurities, their fears, their failures. When you don't react, when you don't give them the validation they crave, they're left alone with their own demons. And trust me, that's the one thing they can't handle. People, my friend, are like mirrors. They reflect what you give them. Show them anger, and they'll throw it back at you tenfold. Show them fear, and they'll feast on it. But show them nothing, show them silence, they crack, they shatter under the weight of their own emptiness. It's ironic, isn't it? The louder they scream, the more they reveal how powerless they really are. And the quieter you remain, the more power you hold. That's the game. That's the secret. But don't think for a second that silence is easy. It's not. It's a battle, a war even. Against them, yes, but also against yourself. Against the part of you that wants to lash out, to scream, to fight back. You've got to master that part of yourself. Control it. Tame it. Because once you do, you become untouchable, unstoppable. You ever hear the phrase, speak softly and carry a big stick? That's the essence of silence. You don't need to shout to make an impact. You don't need to fight every battle to win the war. Save your energy for the moments that matter. Let your actions speak louder than their noise ever could. And speaking of actions, let me tell you something about them. Actions, unlike words, leave no room for doubt. Words can be twisted, misunderstood. But actions, they're undeniable. When you rise above their petty games, when you succeed despite their efforts to bring you down, that's a language they can't argue with. That's a statement they can't ignore. Build, create, grow in silence. Let them wonder what you're up to. Let them question how you're still standing. Let their curiosity eat away at them. And when the time comes, unveil your masterpiece. Not out of spite, not out of vengeance, but because you owe it to yourself to be everything they said you couldn't be. You know what else silence does? It gives you clarity. When you stop reacting to the noise, you start hearing yourself, your true self, your goals, your dreams, your purpose. The world tries so hard to drown that out, to distract you with its chaos. But silence cuts through the noise. It brings you back to what matters. It's like standing in the eye of a hurricane. The storm rages around you, screaming, tearing everything apart. But in the center, stillness, peace. That's what silence is. A refuge, a sanctuary. And from that place of stillness, you can see everything clearly. Your enemies, your allies, your path forward. But here's the catch. Not everyone will understand your silence. Most people won't. They'll see it as weakness, as indifference. They'll try to pull you back into their noise, their chaos. Don't let them. Protect your peace like your life depends on it, because it does. And when they say you've changed, when they accuse you of being cold, distant, unfeeling, let them. They're right. You have changed. You've grown, evolved. You're no longer the person they could manipulate, control, destroy. You're stronger now, smarter, more focused. You've become the storm they tried to escape. And the best part? They'll never see it coming, because you didn't announce it. You didn't warn them. You let your silence do the talking. And when it spoke, it roared. My friend, the next time they come at you with their games, their lies, their noise, remember this. You don't owe them a reaction. You don't owe them an explanation. Show them no reaction. None. Their power ends where your silence begins. And in that silence, you'll find something they'll never understand. Freedom. Freedom from their expectations, their judgments, their control. Freedom to be who you are, unapologetically. To live life on your terms. Because at the end of the day, silence isn't just a tool, it's a declaration, a revolution, a promise to yourself that you will not be broken. Not by them, not by anyone. But I know what you're thinking. What about justice What about fairness? Shouldn't they pay for what they've done to me? Oh, my dear friend, justice is a lovely idea, but it's not for this world. Fairness? It's a myth told to keep the weak quiet while the strong feast on them. No, you're not here to wait for justice. You're here to create it on your terms. But here's the thing, justice doesn't need to be loud. Revenge doesn't need to be flashy. The sweetest victories, they're silent, quiet. The kind of victories where the world doesn't see it coming until it's too late. And those who wronged you, they'll realize it only when they're left choking on their own irrelevance. You want an example? Fine. Look at the seeds of a tree. Tiny, insignificant, buried under dirt. No one notices them. No one cares. But while the world moves on, those seeds are working, growing, pushing through the darkness. And then one day, they break the surface. They tower over everything. The dirt that tried to bury them becomes the foundation for their strength. That's you. You're that seed. Small now, maybe, but growing, silent, unstoppable. Let them underestimate you. Let them believe their lies about you. That's their weakness, not yours. Because while they're wasting their energy tearing you down, you're building. Every step you take in silence, every move you make without announcing it, it's a step toward a version of you they won't be able to handle. And when you finally emerge, don't look for their validation. Don't seek their apology or their acknowledgement. Their words won't matter then, just like they don't matter now. What matters is you, what you've built, what you've become. But silence, my friend, isn't just about keeping your mouth shut. It's about focus, discipline. It's about choosing where your energy goes. And trust me, most people don't deserve your energy. They haven't earned it. They never will. Think of it this way. Your energy is a currency, and most people are bad investments. They'll drain you, waste you, and give you nothing in return. So stop spending it on them. Invest in yourself, in your growth, in your future. That's where the real wealth is. And here's the funny thing about silence. It drives people mad. They can't stand it. They thrive on reactions, on drama, on chaos. When you deny them that, when you give them nothing, they spiral. They start to question themselves, doubt their own power. Your silence becomes their torment. It's poetic, really. But don't let their madness consume you. Stay focused. Stay calm. Remember, you're not here to play their games. You're here to win the long war. And that war, it's not against them. It's against the version of you they tried to create. The weak, broken, desperate version they wanted you to be. That's your real enemy. And every time you choose silence, every time you walk away from their noise, you're defeating that enemy. You're reclaiming yourself. And oh, the day you reclaim yourself fully, the day you stand tall and unshakable, that's the day they'll realize their mistake. But by then, it'll be too late. You'll be untouchable, unreachable, a force they can't reckon with. Let me tell you something else about silence. It's contagious. When you stop reacting, stop explaining, stop engaging, you inspire others to do the same. You show them another way, a better way. And that's power. Real power. The kind that doesn't need to shout to be heard. But remember, silence isn't about running away. It's about standing your ground without giving them the satisfaction of seeing you waver. It's about saying, I don't need your approval, your attention, your validation. It's about knowing your worth and refusing to let anyone diminish it. And don't think for a second that silence makes you weak. Weakness is letting them pull you into their games. Strength is refusing to play. Weakness is reacting out of anger, out of fear. Strength is staying calm, staying focused, staying silent. You're not here to prove anything to anyone. You're not here to be liked or understood. You're here to rise, to build, to thrive. And the only person you owe that to is yourself. So, when the noise gets too loud, when the world tries to drag you down, remember this: your silence is your power, your shield, your sword. Wield it wisely and let them wonder, let them question, let them fear the quiet storm that is you. Because at the end of the day, their noise is temporary, their opinions fleeting, but your silence, that's eternal. That's unshakable. That's you. So go, not with words, not with anger, but with purpose. And let your silence do what it does best. Speak louder than their noise ever could. So, you're shaking. You feel that cold creeping in, don't you? That's fear, my friend. The kind that crawls under your skin, gnaws at your insides, and makes you want to run. But here's the kicker. There's nowhere to run. Nowhere. They've built a labyrinth around you, walls so high and thick you'll choke on the dust before you find a way out. But hey, that's what they wanted, isn't it? For you to feel small, for you to drown in the mess they made and call it your fault. Let's start from the beginning, shall we? Let me paint you a picture. Imagine you're standing on a battlefield, unarmed, while they've got every weapon in the book pointed right at you. And instead of giving you a sword, they hand you a bouquet of lies. They pat you on the back, tell you to stay strong, and shove you forward. What happens next? You bleed. You scream. You crawl. And they watch. They laugh. They call you weak for not surviving the war they engineered. It's sick, isn't it? The way they play God with your life. But let me tell you something. There's a beauty in this madness. Yeah, you heard me. Beauty. Because when they push you into the abyss, that's when you learn to grow wings. Not for them, not to prove anything to the world, but for you. Because if you don't rise, no one's coming to save you. You're on your own, kid. You ever notice how people crave control? How they grip it so tightly their knuckles turn white? Their nails dig into their own skin? They want to control you. Your thoughts, your dreams, your failures, they want it all. Why? Because they're terrified of their own reflection. They can't face the mess they've made of their lives, so they look at you instead. Blame you for their shortcomings. They want an escape, but there's no way out from what they caused. Not for them. Not for you. Here's a dark little truth for you. Most people will betray you, not because you deserve it, but because they're too weak to carry the weight of loyalty. Loyalty, it's heavy, isn't it? Like a chain wrapped around your neck, pulling you down while the world burns around you. But let me ask you this, who do you owe it to? Them? The ones who turned their backs the moment you needed them most? Or yourself? The one who crawled through the fire, clawed through the ashes, and somehow kept breathing. Let me tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was a man who trusted too easily. He gave his heart away like loose change, thinking everyone valued it as much as he did. But they didn't. They took it, shattered it, and laughed while he scrambled to piece it back together. And when he finally did, guess what? They came back for more, and he let them, over and over again, until there was nothing left but dust. Do you know why that story is so common? Because people are parasites. They feed off your kindness, your hope, your dreams. They drain you dry, and then call you weak when you collapse. So what do? You stop feeding them. You take that broken heart of yours and turn it into a weapon. You let the pain fuel you, not destroy you. Because that's the only way you win in a world like this. You don't beg for mercy. You don't wait for apologies. You rise, and you make them choke on their regrets. You think this is harsh? This is reality. Sugarcoating it won't make it easier to swallow. They want you to believe in fairy tales, happy endings, second chances, redemption. But let me ask you, how many times have you given someone a second chance only for them to spit in your face? How many times have you forgiven someone who didn't even have the decency to apologize? That's the world we live in. They'll break you and then blame you for not being whole. But here's the thing. They don't get to decide your worth. You do. Not them, not society, not anyone who's ever doubted you. You. So stop waiting for their validation. Stop looking for their approval. It's poison, and it'll kill you faster than any bullet. Instead, Build yourself a fortress, not to hide in, but to stand on. Let them see you rise from the rubble they left behind. Let them see the fire in your eyes, the steel in your spine. Let them see the monster they created, the one who doesn't break, doesn't beg, doesn't stop. They want an escape, but there's no way out from what they caused, and neither is there for you. But here's the difference. You're not running. You're facing it. Every scar, every betrayal, every moment of doubt. It's all part of your story. A story that doesn't end in defeat, but in triumph. Because you're not just surviving, you're conquering. And when they see you standing tall, unbroken, they'll realize the truth. You're not their victim. You're their reckoning. You're probably thinking, why me? Why do I have to carry this weight? Why does the world pick me to bleed while they get to laugh? Oh, I've heard it all before. The whining, the excuses, the cries for fairness. Fairness. What a joke. Fairness is just a story they tell the weak so they don't rise up and destroy everything. Let me tell you something about this world, kid. It's not fair, and it never will be. They don't hand out justice. They sell it to the highest bidder. And people like you don't get a seat at that table. They want you quiet, obedient, grateful for the crumbs they toss your way. And the moment you dare to want more, to demand your piece of the pie, they'll do everything in their power to tear you down. But here's where they screwed up. They didn't realize what you're capable of. They thought you'd crumble, thought you'd stay in the dirt where they left you. But you didn't, did you? You crawled, you fought. And now, here you are, battered and bruised, but still standing. And that scares them. Oh, it terrifies them. Because deep down, they know you're not like them. You don't break the way they do. You want to know the secret? The thing they don't want you to figure out? Pain is power. Yeah, it hurts. It burns. It leaves scars that never quite fade. But it also teaches you. It sharpens you. Every cut, every bruise, every time they laughed while you fell, that's another lesson they handed you for free. And if you're smart, you'll use it. Think about it. They've spent their lives running from pain, hiding behind masks of fake smiles and empty words. But not you. You faced it. You felt it in your bones, in your soul. And that makes you dangerous. Because a man who's been through hell and back doesn't fear the fire anymore. He becomes it. You're probably wondering what to do now, huh? You're sitting there, drowning in a sea of questions, with no answers in sight. Let me make it simple for you. You don't run, you don't hide, you don't waste your breath trying to make them understand. You take all that pain, all that anger, all that bitterness, and you forge it into something they can't ignore. They took everything from you, your trust, your innocence, your peace of mind, and now you take it all back Not with their permission, not with their approval, but with your own two hands. You build something so unshakable, so undeniable, that they can't help but notice. And when they do, when they see the monster they've created, you smile. Not because you've forgiven them, but because you've won. Look around you. This world isn't kind. It doesn't hand out second chances. You either take what's yours, or you get swallowed whole. And the ones who survive, they're the ones who learn to play the game, who stop being the prey and become the predator. Oh, they'll call you names. Ruthless, heartless, cold. Let them. Those are just words. And words don't break bones. Actions do. And your actions, they're going to speak so loud, it'll drown out every lie they've ever told about you. Because when you rise, when you stand tall in the ruins of everything they tried to destroy, their words won't matter anymore. You'll be untouchable, unstoppable. You see, they want an escape, but there's no way out from what they caused. Not for them. They'll live with the weight of their choices, whether they admit it or not. And you'll rise above it. Not because it's easy, not because it's fair, but because you refuse to let them win. And that's the secret, kid. The one they don't want you to figure out. Life isn't about fairness. It's about resilience. It's about standing in the face of everything they throw at you and saying, "Is that all you got?" It's about proving, day after day, that they can knock you down, but they'll never keep you there. They'll look at you and they'll see the cracks they caused, the wounds they inflicted. But what they won't see is the fire that kept you alive, the strength you found in the darkness. And when they realize they can't break you anymore, that's when you'll truly win. Because the greatest revenge isn't destroying them. It's becoming everything they said you couldn't be. You're quiet. Good. It means you're thinking. That's the first step, you know. Getting out of your own way, letting the truth slap you awake. Because let me tell you, the world doesn't care if you're asleep. Hell, it's easier for them that way. A sleeping man doesn't fight back. A sleeping man doesn't question the system. But you? Oh, you're waking up now, aren't you? And they're going to hate that. Let's talk about that, shall we? Waking up. They call it a curse, you know? They'll say, "Why can't you just let it go? Why do you always have to see things for what they are? Why can't you just be happy?" Ha! Happy. They want you blind, dumb, and smiling, because that's the version of you they can control. But the second you open your eyes, the second you start asking the right questions, you become dangerous. And dangerous people, well, they don't last long in a world like this, do they? But here's the twist. The most dangerous man isn't the one with the gun or the power or the connections. No, it's the man who's got nothing to lose. That's who you're becoming, isn't it? They've taken so much from you, stripped you down to the bone. And now, here you are, raw, exposed, and ready to burn it all down if you have to. And that terrifies them. Because a man who's lost everything has no fear. A man who's been through hell doesn't flinch at the sight of fire. They thought they were breaking you, but all they were doing was building something they can't control. Someone who doesn't play by their rules, who doesn't bow to their expectations. Someone like you. Do you know what makes them squirm the most? It's not your anger. Oh no, they expect that. They're prepared for it. They've got 1,000 ways to deflect it, to turn it against you. No, what scares them is your silence, your focus, your refusal to give them the reaction they're fishing for. Because silence, that's power. It's a mirror they can't escape, showing them every lie, every failure, every crack in their facade. And it drives them mad. Stay quiet, but don't stay still. Move in the shadows. Plan your next steps. Let them think you've given up, that you're too broken to fight back. And then, when they least expect it, strike. Not out of vengeance, but out of purpose. Because this isn't about them anymore. It's about you, your survival, your rise. You want to know why they'll never understand you? It's because they can't. They've spent their lives avoiding pain, hiding from the truth, building their little castles on foundations of lies. But you've been in the trenches. You've tasted the dirt, felt the weight of every betrayal, every loss. You've bled for your dreams, and when they laughed, you kept going. That's what separates you from them. You don't need their approval. You don't need their validation. All you need is the fire in your chest, the voice in your head that says, keep going. They'll call you names, you know. Crazy, obsessed, unforgiving. Let them. Those words are just chains they try to wrap around you, hoping you'll stay down. But chains can't hold a storm. They can't contain the kind of strength that comes from surviving what you've survived. So wear their words like armor. Let them see that every insult, every sneer, every attempt to tear you down only makes you stronger. Here's the thing about people. They love to throw stones at things they don't understand. And you? Oh, you're going to be a mystery to them. They'll look at you and see the scars, the shadows, the things they can't explain. And it'll terrify them. Because deep down, they know they could. The Joker stares at the man, his expression unreadable, as if he's waiting for the weight of his words to settle in, to take root. And when he finally speaks again, his voice is low, deliberate, and cutting like a scalpel, slicing through the layers of doubt and fear. You think you're ready to face it now, don't you? You feel that fire starting to burn, that little flicker of hope clawing its way back to life. But let me warn you, it's not enough. Not yet. See, the world isn't gonna roll over just because you've decided to fight back. No, it's gonna push harder. It's gonna test you in ways you can't even imagine. And if you're not prepared, if you haven't turned every ounce of pain into steel, you're going to fall again. That's the thing they don't tell you about survival. It's not a one-time deal. You don't just get up and walk away from the ashes. No, survival is a war, a constant, unrelenting battle against everything and everyone trying to drag you back down. And the worst part, sometimes it's your own mind that becomes the battlefield. Think about it. How many times have you doubted yourself? How many nights have you lain awake, replaying every mistake, every failure, every moment you weren't enough? That voice in your head, the one that whispers, "You're not strong enough, not smart enough, not good enough," that's your real enemy. And if you don't learn to silence it, to drown it out with something stronger, it will consume you. They'll tell you to ignore it, to focus on the positive, to find the silver lining. But that's just another lie. Ignoring it won't make it go away. You've got to face it, stare it down, and show it who's in charge. You've got to take every insult, every criticism, every ounce of doubt, and turn it into fuel. Let me give you an example. You ever see how a diamond is made? It's just a lump of coal at first. Useless, overlooked, forgotten. But then under pressure, immense, unbearable pressure, it transforms. It becomes something so hard, so unbreakable, it can cut through anything. That's what you need to become. A diamond forged in the fire of every hardship, every betrayal, every moment of despair. Because when you reach that point, nothing, not the world, not your enemies, not even your own doubts, will be able to touch you. But don't think for a second that it's going to be easy. Easy is for the weak, the ones who take shortcuts, who settle for less. You don't get that luxury. You gotta earn it. Every step, every breath, every inch of progress. And that means embracing the pain, not running from it, not numbing it, embracing it. Because pain, my friend, is the most honest thing you'll ever feel. It doesn't lie, doesn't sugarcoat, doesn't pretend to be something it's not. It's real, raw, and if you let it, it'll teach you things you can't learn any other way. It'll show you who you really are, what you're really capable of. And when you come out the other side, you won't just be stronger, you'll be unstoppable. They want you to believe you're alone in this, that no one understands, no one cares. But here's the truth. They're scared of you, scared of what you'll become if you ever realize your own power. Because once you do, you'll see through their lies, their games, their masks. You'll see them for what they really are, weak, pathetic, desperate to keep you down so they can feel a little taller. But you're better than that. You're stronger than that. And you're going to prove it. Not to them, not to the world, but to yourself. Because at the end of the day, that's all that matters. What you think, what you believe, what you choose to become. Not their opinions, not their judgments, not their expectations, just you. They want an escape, but there's no way out from what they caused. And that's their curse. But your curse, your blessing, is that you have a choice. You can let their poison consume you. Let their lies define you. Let their betrayal break you. Or you can rise above the pain, the doubt, the fear. Rise above the ashes of everything they tried to destroy. Rise until you're so far above them they can't even see you anymore. But remember this, rising doesn't mean forgetting. It doesn't mean forgiving. It means carrying the lessons with you, using them as weapons, as armor, because the world isn't done with you yet, and you're not done with it. You're going to feel doubt, sure, fear, anger, exhaustion. They're all going to come knocking, trying to drag you back into that pit you just crawled out of. But here's the thing, you don't owe them anything. Not your energy, not your tears, not your time. You've already paid the price. And now it's time to collect what's yours. Let me tell you something about people. They'll hate you for winning, for rising above the mess they left you in. They'll hate you for proving them wrong, for refusing to stay in the box they shoved you into. And you know why? Because it reminds them of what they'll never be. They'll never have your strength, your resilience, your fire. And they'll try to snuff it out. They'll whisper behind your back, spread lies, plant seeds of doubt wherever they can. They'll try to drag you back down to their level, because seeing you rise burns them alive. But you're not going back. You're not lowering yourself just to make them comfortable. No, you're climbing higher and higher and higher until the only thing they can do is choke on the dust you leave behind. You see those cracks? Those scars? That's your story written on your skin, etched into your soul. Every one of them is a testament to your survival, a badge of honor they can never take from you. They'll try to shame you for them, make you feel broken, unworthy. But broken things aren't useless. Broken things are dangerous. Ever seen a shattered mirror? Those shards? They can cut deeper than anything whole. That's you now. A collection of jagged edges, sharp enough to tear through every lie, every illusion, every obstacle they put in your way. Don't try to piece yourself back together for their sake. Stay sharp, stay dangerous, because that's what they fear the most. The parts of you they can't predict, can't control, can't break. You're changing. You feel it, don't you? That weight on your chest lifting, replaced by something stronger, something darker. It's not weakness leaving you. It's their power over you fading. That's what happens when you stop living for them and start living for yourself. But don't get comfortable. Change isn't the end. It's the beginning. You've got to keep moving. Keep pushing, keep fighting, because the moment you stop, the moment you think you've made it, that's when they'll strike. They'll wait for you to get tired, to lower your guard, and then they'll come for you. And when they do, you need to be ready. Ready to remind them why they should have left you alone in the first place. You think you're alone in this, don't you? That no one else understands what it's like to carry the weight of the world on your shoulders. But let me tell you something. Every strong person you've ever admired, every hero, every legend, they've been right where you are, alone, afraid, angry. And do you know what set them apart? They didn't let it stop them. They didn't wait for someone to save them, didn't beg for help, didn't cry out for fairness. They stood up, dusted themselves off, and kept moving forward. Not because it was easy, but because they knew the truth. The only person who can pull you out of the darkness is you. So, what's it gonna be? Are you gonna stay here, drowning in the what-ifs and could-have-beens? Or are you gonna rise? Not for them, not to prove a point, but because you deserve to, because you're worth it, because deep down, you know you're not done yet. They want an escape, but there's no way out from what they caused. And that's their curse to bear. But you've got something they'll never have. A reason to fight, a reason to rise. So stop waiting for permission. Stop waiting for the world to give you a break. Go out there and take what's yours. And when they look at you, standing tall in the ruins of everything they tried to destroy, let them see what real strength looks like. Because you're not just surviving anymore. You're living, you're thriving, and they'll never be able to touch you again. You feel that chill, don't you? That sharp bite of reality? It's not the cold, it's the truth settling in. You're alone out here, surrounded by a world that doesn't give a damn about you. But that's where the power lies. When you stop expecting it. When you stop needing their approval, their pity, their fake smiles and empty promises. Because let's be honest, they don't care. They never did. They'll clap for you when you win, but only if it benefits them. They'll mourn you when you're gone, but only because it makes them feel righteous. And the rest of the time, they'll forget you. So why live for them? Why waste a single second trying to please people who don't even see you? They want to talk about loyalty, about love, about trust. But what do they know about any of that? Loyalty to them is just convenience, something they trade away the second it costs them anything. Love, it's a transaction. And trust, that's the biggest lie of all. They'll tell you to trust them, to open up, to let them in. And the moment you do, they'll use it against you. Twist it, break it, turn it into a weapon. That's their way. But you've got a different way now. You've seen behind the curtain, seen the gears and cogs of the machine they use to keep you in line. And you're not falling for it anymore. No more giving away pieces of yourself to people who don't deserve them. No more wasting your energy on battles that don't matter. From now on, every step you take, every move you make, it's for you. Look at this place. Broken, abandoned, forgotten, just like you were. But you know what they don't understand? The beauty of broken things. The potential hidden in the cracks. The strength in the rubble. They see something like this, and they think it's done, finished, worthless. But you see something else. You see what it can become. Because that's the difference between them and you. They destroy. You build. They tear down. You rise. And every time they try to bury you, you grow back stronger, tougher, more unstoppable than before. They'll hate you for it, you know, for refusing to stay broken, for taking the pain they caused and turning it into something they can't control. They'll call you names, arrogant, selfish, cruel. Let them. Those words are just echoes of their own fears, their own failures. They see you rising, and it reminds them of all the times they fell. But don't let that stop you. Don't let their fear, their jealousy, their small-mindedness hold you back. Because at the end of the day, their opinions mean nothing. The only thing that matters is what you do with the life they tried to destroy. Will you let it define you, or will you let it fuel you? They want an escape, but there's no way out from what they caused. And that's the truth they'll have to live with for the rest of their lives. But you're not trapped by their mistakes anymore. You've found your way out, not through them, not because of them, but in spite of them. And now you get to decide what comes next. You get to take all that anger, all that pain, all that darkness, and use it to build something they can't touch, something they can't destroy, something that belongs to you and only you. You walk into a room, head low, shoulders slumped, eyes darting like a rat trapped in a cage. You think they'll respect that? You think they'll look at you and see something worth their time? Nah. They'll sniff the weakness on you like blood in the water, and then they'll feast. You see, people, they don't admire the meek, the apologetic. They admire power, not the kind that screams, not the kind that flexes. Real power, it's quiet. It doesn't ask for permission, doesn't need validation. Let me paint you a picture, kid. Imagine a stray dog, mangy, limping down the alley. What do most people do? They kick it, yell at it to move, toss it scraps if they're feeling generous. But now, imagine a wolf walks into that same alley. It's scarred, eyes cold, posture unshaken. What do people do then? They step back. They don't dare. Why? Because the wolf respects itself. It knows its worth. And you've been living like the dog, haven't you? Waiting for scraps, hoping someone, anyone, will see you and give you what you think you deserve. But respect, it ain't charity. You don't beg for it. You bleed for it. You earn it by showing the world that you don't need them to survive. You respect yourself first, and then, only then, do they follow. Let me guess, they've walked all over you, used you, betrayed you, and you let them. Why? Because you thought being nice would earn you something. A pat on the back, a few kind words, respect. Let me tell you something about nice. Nice is the mask cowards wear when they're too scared to demand what's theirs. You think the world plays fair? It doesn't. It never has. It's a jungle out there, kid, and only the ruthless survive. Not the cruel, not the evil. No, no, no. The ruthless. The ones who set boundaries so sharp, they cut anyone who dares to cross them. The ones who say, "This is my line, and you don't get to step over it." Respect yourself enough to draw that line. Respect yourself enough to say no when they push you too far. Respect yourself enough to walk away from anyone who treats you like you're less than you are. Because if you don't, they'll keep taking and taking until there's nothing left of you but a hollow shell. And then they'll toss you aside like garbage. But here's the kicker. It's not their fault. It's yours. You gave them permission. Every time you let them belittle you, every time you stayed silent when they disrespected you, every time you bent over backward, trying to please them, you taught them that it was okay to treat you like that. You showed them that you didn't respect yourself, so why the hell should they? You want them to respect you? Start respecting yourself. Start by cleaning up the mess you've let yourself become. Look in the mirror, and I mean, really look. See that person staring back? That's the only one who can change this. Not me, not them, just you. Start small. Speak up when they try to talk over you. Stand tall even when you feel like crawling. Walk away from the people who drain you, who make you feel like you're not enough. And most importantly, stop making excuses. Stop blaming them for what you've allowed. You know, there's a saying I like. The man who kneels for everything dies, standing for nothing. That's been you, hasn't it? Kneeling for their approval, their acceptance. But you're not a beggar. You're a king. You've just forgotten your crown. It's time to remember who you are, not the person they've made you, but the one you were meant to be. Strong, unbreakable, respected. But first, you have to respect yourself enough to become him. Let them laugh now. Let them doubt you, mock you, betray you. Because one day, when you've risen from the ashes, when you've built yourself into something they can't ignore, they'll look back and realize they were wrong. And by then, you won't even care. But it starts here, right now, with you. Respect yourself first, kid, because if you don't, no one else will. Now let me tell you another little secret one that'll sting if you're honest with yourself. The world doesn't hate you. It's not against you. It just doesn't care. The truth? Nobody cares about you until you make them care. Not your friends, not your family, not your enemies. Respect, admiration, fear, they're all earned. They're carved out of the fabric of this cold, indifferent world. You see those skyscrapers downtown? They didn't just grow there like trees. Somebody had to dream them up, design them, fight for them, and make them a reality. And the people who built them, they didn't sit around waiting for permission, waiting for someone to say, "Oh, go ahead, you deserve this." They took it. They respected their vision enough to bring it to life. What's your vision? What's your skyscraper? Or have you been too busy living in other people's shadows to even think about it? That's the problem with most people, kid. They spend their lives living someone else's dream, working for someone else's goals, trying to meet someone else's standards. And in the end, they die empty, full of regrets, but empty of meaning. All right, you know what they'll write on your tombstone if you don't change. Here lies someone who tried to make everyone happy but forgot how to live. That's the fate you're headed for. And the worst part? You're letting it happen. You've been letting it happen. You're too afraid to offend, too scared to be disliked. You think if you stay quiet, keep your head down, play it safe, the world will reward you. But the world doesn't reward silence. It rewards strength. You don't get respect by being invisible. You get it by standing out, by being so undeniable that they can't ignore you. And before you start whining about how it's too late, how you've already lost too much time, let me stop you right there. Time? That's just an excuse. It's never too late to start respecting yourself. Never too late to take back control. You could be on your last breath. And if you decide in that moment to rise, to fight, to demand more from yourself and the world around you, then you've already won. Let me give you a real example, one you can't argue with. Imagine a man, let's call him Joe. Joe spends his whole life being a people pleaser. He works a job he hates because it makes his parents proud. He marries someone who doesn't respect him because he's too scared to be alone. He lets his so-called friends walk all over him because he doesn't want to rock the boat. And then one day, Joe wakes up. He's 50 years old, stuck in a loveless marriage, surrounded by fake friends, and working a dead-end job. He looks in the mirror and realizes he doesn't even recognize the person staring back at him. Why? Because Joe spent his whole life trying to make everyone else happy, and in the process, he lost himself. You don't want to be Joe, do you? Because here's the truth. Nobody remembers Joe. Nobody respects Joe. Joe is forgotten before his body's even cold. But you have a choice. You can either keep living like Joe, or you can wake up right here, right now. Decide that you're done with the excuses, done with the compromises, done with being less than you were meant to be. You want to know how to start? I'll tell you. First, stop apologizing for existing. Stop saying sorry for things that aren't your fault. Stop shrinking yourself to make others comfortable. Stand tall, speak clearly, and let them see that you mean every word. Next, set boundaries. And I don't mean those weak, half-hearted lines you draw in the sand. I mean boundaries that are carved in stone. Boundaries that say, this is who I am. This is what I stand for. Cross this line, and there will be consequences. Then, start saying no. It's the most powerful word in your vocabulary, but you're too scared to use it. You think no makes you mean selfish, unlikable. But the truth? No is what protects your time, your energy, your self-respect. And anyone who doesn't respect your no doesn't respect you. And finally, stop waiting for someone to save you. Stop waiting for someone to notice your pain, your struggles, your potential. Nobody's coming. It's all on you. But here's the beauty of it. You don't need them. You don't need their approval, their validation, their pity. Everything you need is already inside you. The strength, the fire, the will to rise. It's all there, buried under the layers of doubt and fear you've let them pile on you. Dig it out. Unleash it. Respect yourself enough to become the person you've always wanted to be. Because once you do, they'll have no choice but to respect you too. And if they don't, if they still try to belittle you, to tear you down, then walk away. Walk away and don't look back, because you don't need them. You never did. The only respect that truly matters is the respect you have for yourself. Remember, kid, they can't respect you if you don't respect yourself first. So start now, not tomorrow, not next week. Now. Because the clock's ticking. And every second you waste is a second you'll never get back. Respect yourself and the world will follow. Or don't, and end up like Joe. The choice is yours. Oh, I'm not done yet. You see, there's another layer to this game. A darker truth you probably don't want to face. Respect isn't just about how others see you. It's about how you see yourself. And I've got to ask, do you even like the person staring back at you in the mirror? Be honest now. Don't give me some rehearsed line about how everyone's a work in progress. That's just an excuse to stay stagnant. Do you respect yourself? Do you admire the choices you've made? The life you're building? Or have you spent so long pretending to be someone you're not that you've forgotten who you really are? Most people, you know, they wear masks. Not like mine. Oh no, mine's honest. But theirs are lies. Fake smiles, forced laughter, empty words. They put on a show, hoping the world will buy into the facade. And you've been playing the same game, haven't you? Hiding your true self because you're afraid they won't like what they see. But here's the irony. They don't respect the mask either. They see through it, see the cracks, see the fear, and fear my. You thought I was done, didn't you? You thought that was the end of my little sermon. Oh no. No. You don't get off that easy. See, this isn't just about you hearing my words. It's about you feeling them, carrying them with you, like a weight in your chest, until you're forced to act. Because here's another truth for you. Change isn't convenient. It's painful. It's ugly. And most people don't have the guts for it. But you're still here, listening. That means there's a part of you, a small, stubborn part that hasn't given up yet. That part of you knows I'm right, even if you don't want to admit it. That part of you is tired of living like this, tired of the excuses, tired of the lies you tell yourself just to get through the day. Let's dig a little deeper, shall we? Because if we're going to break you down, we might as well do it properly. Let's talk about why you don't respect yourself. Let's talk about the guilt, the shame, the fear that's been eating away at you from the inside out. Maybe it's something they said to you when you were a kid. Maybe it's the way they treated you, the way they made you feel small, invisible, unworthy. Maybe it's the mistakes you've made, the chances you've wasted, the people you've hurt. Whatever it is, it's been clinging to you like a shadow, whispering in your ear, telling you that you're not enough, and you've believed it. You've let it define you. But here's the thing about shadows, kid. They only exist if you keep standing in the dark, step into the light, and they disappear. And you've been living in the dark for far too long. You've been punishing yourself, haven't you? Holding on to the pain, the regret, the shame, like it's some kind of penance. Like if you suffer enough, it'll make things right. But it won't. All it's doing is keeping you stuck, dragging you further and further into the abyss. You think you're weak because you've been hurt. You think you're broken because you've failed. But strength isn't about never falling. It's about getting back up. And respect? Respect is earned in the way you rise after you've been knocked down. Let me tell you a story. Once, there was a man, a nobody, really. He had nothing. No friends, no family, no future. He spent his days wandering the streets, invisible to the world. But one day, he decided he'd had enough. He didn't have money, he didn't have connections, but he had something more powerful. A refusal to stay invisible. So he started small. He cleaned himself up, stood a little taller, spoke a little louder. People started to notice. At first, they mocked him, doubted him, but he didn't stop. He kept going, kept building himself piece by piece, until one day he wasn't invisible anymore. He was undeniable. That man could have been anyone. That man could be you. But only if you decide to stop living like a victim and start living like a warrior. You want them to respect you? Then start respecting yourself enough to do the work. Respect yourself enough to face your demons instead of running from them. Respect yourself enough to forgive yourself for the past and focus on the future. Because here's the harsh reality, kid. Nobody's coming to save you. No one's gonna swoop in and fix your life. It's all on you. And that's not a bad thing. That's power. That's freedom. It means you don't have to wait for anyone's permission to change. So what's it going to be? Are you going to keep living like this, hiding in the shadows, letting life pass you by? Or are you going to step up, take control, and start living like the person you were meant to be? The choice is yours. It always has been. I know what you're thinking. You're sitting there, mind racing, trying to decide if I'm right or if I'm just another lunatic spouting nonsense. But deep down, you already know the answer, don't you? You can feel it clawing at you, tearing at the walls you've built around your pride. Let me tell you something about pain. Pain is a teacher. The kind of teacher that doesn't sugarcoat anything. It doesn't pat you on the back and tell you everything's going to be okay. Pain is raw, brutal, and unrelenting. And do you know what it teaches? Respect. Respect for yourself. Respect for the struggle. Respect for the lessons you've had to learn the hard way. But here's the kicker. Most people don't learn from their pain. They let it break them. Let it turn them into victims. They wallow in it. Use it as an excuse to stay small, to stay invisible. Not you. Not anymore. You're going to let that pain forge you into something stronger, something unshakable. You've been hurt, betrayed, humiliated, abandoned. I can see it in your eyes. But what you don't realize is that those scars, those wounds, they're your greatest assets. Each one tells a story, a lesson you had to learn. And if you let them, those scars will become your armor. They'll make you untouchable. You want examples? Fine. Let's talk about people who've been through hell and come out the other side. Look at anyone who's ever made a mark on this world. You think their lives were easy? You think they were handed respect on a silver platter? Hell no. They were beaten down, ridiculed, underestimated, but they didn't stay down. They didn't let the world define them. They got back up again and again until the world had no choice but to take notice. Let me tell you something about power. Real power doesn't come from money or muscles or some fancy title. Real power comes from self-respect. When you respect yourself, Truly respect yourself. It changes the way you move through the world. You stop chasing people who don't care about you. You stop bending over backward for people who wouldn't lift a finger for you. You start making decisions based on what's right for you, not what's convenient for them. And that's when everything changes. People notice. They start treating you differently, not because they've suddenly grown a conscience, but because they can sense it. Self-respect is magnetic. It draws the right people to you and repels the ones who don't belong. But you've got to earn it, kid. Self-respect isn't handed out for free. It's something you build brick by brick, choice by choice. Every time you stand up for yourself, every time you set a boundary, every time you refuse to settle, you're laying the foundation. And the stronger that foundation gets, the less anyone can shake it. You've got to stop waiting for someone to come along and save you. That's the lie they sell you, isn't it? That someday, someone will swoop in and fix everything, make all the pain go away. But here's the truth. Nobody's coming. If you want your life to change, you're going to have to be the one to change it. And it's not going to be easy. Oh no, it's going to hurt. It's going to feel like tearing yourself apart and putting the pieces back together again. But that's what growth is, isn't it? Breaking down who you were so you can become who you're meant to be. You'll lose people, friends, family, lovers. They'll fall away like dead leaves. Not because you've done anything wrong, but because they can't handle the new you. The you that refuses to settle, refuses to be disrespected, refuses to play small. But let them go. Let them. Because the ones who truly matter, they'll stay. And the ones who leave, they were never meant to be part of your story anyway. You think this world cares about you? It doesn't. It never has. The world doesn't owe you respect, or fairness, or kindness. But here's the thing. If you respect yourself, if you demand more from life, then you don't need the world to care. You become your own force of nature, unstoppable, undeniable. And when you walk into a room, they'll feel it. They won't know what it is at first, but they'll feel it. That unshakable sense of self, that quiet confidence, that power that doesn't need to shout to be heard. And do you know what they'll do? They'll respect you. Not because they want to, but because they have to. Because when you respect yourself, you set the standard. You show them how it's done. What's it going to be? Are you going to keep living like a shadow, invisible, forgotten? Or are you going to step into the light and show them who you really are? The choice is yours, kid. But remember this. They can't respect you if you don't respect yourself first. And if you don't start now, then don't bother blaming them when they treat you like nothing. Because you'll have shown them that's exactly what you believe you are. Respect yourself, kid, or don't. But if you don't come crying when the world chews you up and spits you out. You've got what it takes. I can see it. The question is, do you? You know, people have this sick little habit of mistaking kindness for weakness. And you've let them. You've played the game, kept your head down, tried to be nice, thinking it'd earn you a seat at their table. But here's the harsh truth. That table, it was never meant for you. You don't need their table. You build your own. You pull up your own chair. And when they see the feast you've created for yourself, they'll come crawling, begging for a taste. That's the irony, isn't it? They only respect what they can't have. But don't get me wrong, respect isn't about scaring people or pushing them around or making them feel small. No, real respect, it's quiet, it's solid, it's unshakable. It's walking into a room and knowing you don't owe anyone an explanation for who you are. It's looking someone in the eye and daring them to challenge you, not with words, but with the way you carry yourself. You've been living like a ghost, fading into the background, hoping someone will notice you. But ghosts don't get respect. They get ignored, forgotten. You've got to make them see you, not by shouting, not by begging, but by standing so tall, so firm, that you cast a shadow they can't escape. And the funny thing about shadows, they're born from light. Your light. The light you've been hiding because you're too scared of what it might reveal. But let me tell you something about fear. It's a liar. It whispers in your ear, telling you you're not good enough, not strong enough, not worthy. And you've believed it. You've let it chain you, blind you, break you. You know what people are? Mirrors. Broken, distorted mirrors. They reflect their own insecurities, their own fears, their own failures onto you. And you've been looking at those broken reflections and thinking they're the truth. Let me ask you something. If a funhouse mirror makes you look fat, do you blame yourself? No, you blame the mirror. So why the hell do you let people's warped perceptions define you? Why do you let their insults, their doubts, their dismissals get under your skin? Here's the truth, kid. Most people don't even know who they are. They're stumbling through life, just as lost as you are, trying to make sense of their own mess. So why would you let their opinions hold any weight? Why would you let them dictate your worth? You're giving power to people who don't even know how to handle their own lives. And that's your biggest mistake. Let me ask you another question. How many times have you swallowed your pride just to keep the peace? How many times have you let someone talk down to you, dismiss you like you were nothing? Too many times, huh? And every time, it chips away at you, doesn't it? Makes you feel smaller, makes you question your worth. Here's the truth they don't want you to know. When you let someone disrespect you, it's not just about the moment. It's about the message you're sending to them and to yourself. You're telling them it's okay to treat you like dirt. You're telling yourself that you don't deserve better. And that's poison, kid. It seeps into your soul. into your thoughts, into the way you carry yourself. Respect isn't about what you do when people are watching. Nah, kid. It's about what you do when you're alone. It's in the way you talk to yourself when no one else can hear. It's in the choices you make when no one else is around to judge you. Let me guess, your inner voice. It's not exactly kind, is it? It tears you down, mocks you, calls you every name in the book, and you listen to it. You let it dictate how you see yourself, how you live your life. Respect isn't just about how others see you. It's about how you see yourself. It's about the standards you set, the lines you draw, the way you demand to be treated. And yeah, it's gonna be uncomfortable at first. People won't like it when you start standing up for yourself. They'll push back, test your boundaries, try to make you feel guilty, but you've got to hold the line. Because if you don't respect yourself, nobody else will either. You ever notice how they all act like life is some kind of game? Like there's a scoreboard somewhere, tallying up who's got more money, more friends, more power, who's loved, who's hated, who's winning, who's losing. They want you to think it's a game, because as long as you believe that, you're their little pawn. You're running in circles, chasing after rules you didn't make, fighting battles that ain't even yours, and they love it because it keeps you too busy to see the real trick, the part where they hold all the cards, and you've got nothing but the illusion of choice. But here's the thing, their game only works if you play. If you step off their board, stop following their rules, suddenly they're scrambling, desperate, because they can't control a man who doesn't care about their prizes. They can't manipulate someone who doesn't need their approval. They can't break someone who ain't trying to win. See, they built a whole world around making you think you gotta impress them, gotta prove something. To who? A bunch of people who don't give a damn about you? A society that only respects you when you fit inside their perfect little mold? They'll cheer for you when you're useful, and the second you fall, the second you slip up, they'll stomp you into the ground like you never mattered. That's the game. Keep you running, keep you craving, keep you hungry enough to beg for their validation, but never full enough to stand on your own. And you're waking up, aren't you? You're starting to see it. How they dangle everything just out of reach. How they whisper sweet lies in your ear. Tell you you're almost there. Just work a little harder. Play a little nicer. Follow the rules a little longer. And when you do, they move the goalpost. Again, and again, and again. You ever see a dog chasing its own tail, spinning in circles, convinced it's about to catch something? That's you. That's every man stuck in this sick little game. But I'm telling you now, you don't have to play. Let them think you're a loser. Let them call you crazy. Let them laugh when you walk away from the game, when you refuse to beg, when you stop caring about their stupid little scoreboard. Because the moment you stop playing, you become dangerous, unpredictable, free. You ever notice how they fear the ones who don't care? The man who won't kneel? The one who doesn't need them? Oh, they hate that. They can't control what they don't understand. And they'll do everything to pull you back in. They'll mock you. They'll guilt you. They'll tell you you're nothing without their system, without their approval, because they're scared. Not of you failing. No, no, no. They're scared of you realizing the truth, that you never needed them in the first place. And once you see that, once you feel that freedom, there's no leash strong enough, no cage big enough to hold you. You become something terrifying, a man with nothing to lose, a man who doesn't flinch when they threaten to take things away, because he knows they were never real to begin with. Let me tell you something about power. Real power isn't in money. It isn't in fame. It isn't in how many people clap when you walk into a room. Real power is knowing you don't need any of it. Real power is laughing in the face of their little games, their little tricks, their empty promises. So tell me, you still want to play? They tell you life is about chasing happiness. A house, a car, a job, a family, a little reputation in the world. Like a checklist. And if you tick all the right boxes, congratulations, you win. You get to die with a smile on your face knowing you did it all right. But let me ask you something. Who wrote that list? Who decided what counts as success? What makes a man valuable? What makes a life worth living? Because it sure as hell wasn't you. No, they gave you that script the day you were born, stuffed it in your hands and told you, follow this and you'll be happy. But what if it's all a lie? What if happiness isn't some trophy at the end of a race? What if it's just another leash around your neck, keeping you running, keeping you blind, keeping you tame? Because that's what they really want, a tame man. A man who never stops to question, who never stops to think, who just follows. Wake up, work, obey, sleep, repeat. They don't need you to be strong. They don't need you to be smart. They need you to be manageable. And do you know what happens when you start asking the wrong questions? When you stop nodding along and start looking behind the curtain? Oh, they hate that. They call you bitter, call you broken, call you crazy. They tell you you're the problem, not the system, not the lies, not the sick little game they built to keep you running in circles. You see, most people are too afraid to step off the path. They'd rather be miserable and accepted than free and alone. And that's what keeps the whole machine running. Fear. Fear of being different. Fear of being hated. Fear of looking in the mirror and realizing they wasted their whole damn life playing by rules that never meant anything. But you're standing on the edge, aren't you? You're starting to see the cracks in the foundation, starting to hear the hollow echo behind their smiles. And you're wondering, what happens if you just walk away? If you stop trying to fit into a world that never wanted you in the first place. If you stop playing, let me tell you what happens. First, they try to drag you back. They'll use guilt. What happened to you? They'll ask. You used to be so normal. Normal. That's their favorite word, isn't it? A chain disguised as a compliment. Then comes anger. They'll mock you, attack you, anything to make you doubt yourself, to make you crawl back, apologizing for daring to step outside the lines. And if that doesn't work, if you stand firm, then comes the last trick, the silence. The way they suddenly stop seeing you like you never existed. Because to them, if you're not playing their game, you don't count. You don't matter. But here's where the fun begins. Because the moment you stop caring about their opinions, their approval, their worthless little labels, you win. You break free. And nothing terrifies them more than a man who doesn't need them, a man who doesn't want their validation, doesn't fear their judgment, doesn't bow to their expectations. A man who walks his own path, no matter how dark, no matter how lonely, no matter how hard. You see, most people are prisoners, and they don't even know it, trapped in their little routines, their little fears, their little desperate need to belong. But belonging comes at a price. You want their love, their acceptance, their respect, then you have to be what they want you to be. And if you ever change, if you ever grow, if you ever become something they don't understand, they'll turn on you in a heartbeat. So let me ask you, is that really love? Is that really respect? Or is it just control, dressed up in pretty words? Because I'll tell you something most people don't want to hear. Real freedom isn't pretty. It's not wrapped up in comfort or safety or warm little lies. Real freedom, it's cold. It's harsh. It's standing alone while the world calls you a failure, a fool, a lost cause. It's knowing that you'll never be their hero, never be their favorite, never be the one they praise, and still choosing to walk forward anyway. You have to ask yourself, what do you want? Do you want to be loved, or do you want to be free? Because you can't have both. Not in this world. Not with these people. Not when they only love you as long as you fit inside their tiny, tiny box. And once you step outside that box, once you rip their script to shreds and start writing your own story, they'll hate you for it. They'll resent you for it. They'll watch you from the sidelines, whispering, waiting, hoping you'll fall, hoping you'll come crawling back, begging to be let in again. Because nothing scares them more than the one who got away. So let them hate, let them talk, let them play their games with each other, running in circles, chasing after things that don't mean a damn thing. And you walk away. You build your own world, your own rules, your own way. Because the moment you stop playing, the moment you stop needing them, you win. Most people don't want the truth. They want comfort. They want the illusion that everything makes sense, that life is fair, that if you just play by the rules, you'll get what you deserve. But life doesn't give a damn about what you deserve. You can work your fingers to the bone, bleed for people, sacrifice everything, and still be left with nothing. Because the game isn't designed for you to win. It's designed to keep you playing, keep you chasing, keep you hoping, keep you tamed. And the worst part? Most people know this. Deep down, they know, but they refuse to accept it. Because accepting it means admitting they wasted their whole damn lives running after ghosts. So they pretend. They pretend their suffering has meaning. They pretend their obedience will be rewarded. They pretend that if they just keep their heads down, keep smiling, keep believing, one day everything will be okay. But it won't, because it never was, and it never will be. Not for them, not for you, not for anyone who still thinks life is some kind of fairy tale with a happy ending waiting at the end of the road. But you're different. You've seen the cracks in the foundation. You've felt the weight of the chains around your neck. You know the world isn't fair, isn't kind, isn't built for men like you to rise. You know the ones in power don't want strong men. They want obedient men. Men who are too afraid to step out of line. Men who live their lives begging for permission instead of taking what's theirs. And if you want to be one of them, if you want to fit in, go ahead. Play their game. Lower your voice. Shrink yourself down. Smile when they spit in your face. Nod along when they lie to you. Convince yourself that it's all worth it. That one day you'll be happy. But deep down, you'll know. Every time you look in the mirror, every time you force yourself to be something you're not, you'll know. You sold your soul for nothing. Because no matter how much you bend, no matter how much you sacrifice, they will never truly accept you. They will never respect you. They will never see you as an equal. They will use you, drain you, discard you the second you stop being useful. That's the nature of the game. But there is a way out, a way to win. And it's so simple, so brutally simple, that most people are too scared to do it. You stop playing. You stop chasing their approval. You stop seeking their validation. You stop giving a damn about what they think of you, what they expect of you, what they want from you. You step off their board and build your own. And at first, they'll laugh. They'll call you insane, call you lost, call you everything but what you actually are, free, because freedom terrifies them. A man who doesn't care what society thinks, a man who doesn't beg for scraps at their table, a man who refuses to play along? That kind of man is dangerous. That kind of man reminds them of their own chains. So they will try to break you. They will test you. They will throw everything they have at you. Mockery, isolation, betrayal, because they want to see if you'll cave, if you'll come crawling back, if you'll prove them right, prove that you need them, that you can't survive without their acceptance. And that is where most men fail. That is where they crumble, because they are not ready to stand alone. But you will stand, you will endure, you will walk through the fire and come out the other side unrecognizable, because once you taste real freedom, their world will disgust you. Their games, their rules, their petty little struggles for power and attention, it will all look so small, so meaningless. You will not want their approval anymore. You will not care about their opinions. You will not crave their acceptance. You will be untouchable. And do you know what happens when a man becomes untouchable? When he no longer fears their judgment, their rejection, their punishments. They fear him. They will whisper about you in hushed voices. They will watch you from a distance, hoping, praying that you fail, that you fall, that you break. Because if you don't, if you thrive, then you expose their entire lie. You become the proof that a man doesn't have to obey, that he doesn't have to kneel, that he doesn't have to fit inside their mold to be whole. And that terrifies them more than anything, because it means they could have been free too. It means they wasted their lives chasing ghosts while you walked away and became something greater. So let them hate, let them doubt, let them sit in their little cages, their little illusions, their little meaningless games. Because you are done playing. And the second you walk away, the second you break the chains, the second you become something they could never be, you win. You know what's funny? People love to talk about strength. They act like it's something you earn, something you build, like a muscle, like a skill. But real strength isn't loud. It isn't flashy. It isn't the guy with the biggest paycheck, the most friends, the best reputation. Real strength is walking alone when every instinct in your body is screaming at you to turn back. It's standing in a room full of people and knowing you don't need a single one of them. It's looking at the world and saying, I don't care what you want. I don't care what you expect. I am not yours to control. And that kind of strength, it terrifies them because they don't have it. They never did. They spent their whole lives looking for someone to tell them what to do, what to think, what to believe. They're not strong. They're just followers who found a comfortable prison. And when they see you, someone who doesn't beg, someone who doesn't need, someone who doesn't care, it shatters them because it reminds them of the truth they've been running from their entire lives, that they were never free. But freedom, real freedom, oh, it comes at a price. Because the second you stop playing their game, the second you stop following their script, they will turn on you. And it won't be quick, and it won't be clean. They will try to make you feel worthless. They will try to make you believe you're broken, lost, a failure. Because if they can make you doubt yourself, if they can make you weak, then they win. Then they get to pretend you were never stronger than them to begin with. So they'll push, they'll pull, they'll use everything they have against you: family, friends, guilt, shame. They'll tell you you're wrong, that you're wasting your life, that you'll regret walking away. But do you know what they're really saying? What they actually mean? Please, don't prove me wrong. Please, don't show me that I could have been free too. Please, don't make me look in the mirror and realize I was a coward. Because that's what it always comes down to: fear. They fear your strength. They fear your choices. They fear the fact that you don't need them. Because deep down, they know if they had been stronger, if they had been braver, they could have done the same thing. But they didn't. So they will do everything to pull you back. Not because they want to save you. No, because they want to destroy you. Because if you rise, if you thrive, if you walk away from their world and build something better, then what does that say about them? It says they were weak. It says they wasted their lives. It says they spent decades following rules that meant nothing. And they will never, ever forgive you for showing them that. But that's their problem, not yours. Because you have a choice. You can fall back in line, nod your head, play the game, pretend you're happy. You can shrink yourself down, make yourself harmless, let them tell you who you are, what you should be, what you should want. Or you can walk away. You can burn their script, tear up their rules, and become something they never wanted you to be: free. But make no mistake, once you make that choice, once you step off their path, you will never belong to them again. They will never welcome you back, never see you as one of them. You will be an outcast, a ghost, a reminder of everything they fear. And that's the price of freedom. But tell me something. Would you rather be accepted by people who never really cared about you? Would you rather be loved by people who only love the version of you that follows their rules? Or would you rather be unstoppable? Would you rather walk through this world without fear, without chains, without needing a single damn thing from people who wouldn't hesitate to throw you away? Because once you stop playing their game, once you stop chasing their approval, once you stop giving a damn about their opinions, you become something else. Something they can't define, something they can't control, something they can't break. And that is what they truly fear. So let them hate, Let them whisper. Let them try to bring you down. Because the second you walk away from their game, the second you stop playing by their rules, you win. You think they're ever gonna stop? You think if you ignore them, if you walk away, if you choose your own path, they're just gonna let you be? No, that's not how this works. That's not how they work. Because they can't stand the thought of someone escaping, someone proving that all their little rules, their little labels, their little chains never mattered. See, when you were still playing their game, they could pretend they were winning. They could tell themselves that their way was the only way, that if you just followed the path long enough, you'd find some kind of meaning at the end. But the second you step out, the second you choose something else, that illusion cracks, and they hate you for it. Because now, every time they look at you, they're forced to ask themselves a question they don't want to answer. Could I have done that too? Could I have been free? Could I have walked away? Could I have lived without all these chains, without all this approval, without all this meaningless noise? And when the answer is yes, when they realize that they were always the ones holding themselves back, that they were always the ones choosing the leash, oh, they will never forgive you for making them see that. So they'll come for you. Maybe not with fists, maybe not with weapons, but with something worse, with words, with whispers, with manipulation so deep it wraps around your mind like a noose, tightening every time you take a step further from their world. They'll call you a failure, a disappointment. They'll say you're wasting your life, that you've changed, that you've become cold, heartless, lost. But what they're really saying is, why won't you come back? Why won't you make me feel comfortable again? Why won't you lie to yourself like the rest of us? Because they need you to fail. They need you to crawl back, broken, defeated, begging for the very system you walked away from. Because if you don't, if you succeed, if you thrive outside their world, then what does that say about them? It says they were wrong. It says their suffering was pointless. It says they were never trapped by the world, only by their own weakness. And that is a truth they will never, ever accept. So they will mock you. They will isolate you. They will talk about you like you're dead, like you're some lost soul who just didn't make it, like you could have been something if only you had followed their path. And when none of that works, when you still keep going, still keep building, still keep moving forward, they will get desperate. Because by then, it won't just be about you. No. By then, you won't just be a problem. You'll be a threat. Because what happens when someone else sees you? What happens when another lost soul, another prisoner of their system, another man drowning in the same lies you once believed, looks at you and realizes there's another way? What happens when they start to question? When they start to wake up? When they start to wonder if maybe, just maybe, they've been lied to too? That's the real danger. Not just that you escaped, but that others might follow. And that is something they cannot allow. Because their entire world, their entire fragile illusion, their entire game, it only works if everyone plays along. It only works if people believe they have no choice. But the second one, man, proves that's a lie. The second one, man, steps out of line and doesn't collapse, doesn't fall, doesn't need them. Everything they built starts to shake. And that's why they'll never stop coming for you. That's why they'll never stop trying to pull you back. Because your existence, your freedom, your refusal to bow, to beg, to fit inside their mold, it's the one thing that can unravel their entire system. So tell me, you still think this is about you? You still think their hatred, their fear, their desperate little attempts to bring you down, it's about your choices, your mistakes, your so-called failures? No, this was never about you. This was never about whether you were right or wrong. This was never about whether you made the right decisions or the wrong ones. This was about control. And you shattered it. You broke the leash. You walked out of their world and never looked back. And now they're terrified. Because you didn't just escape. You proved that the cage was never locked to begin with. And that is something they will never forgive you for. Look back if you want. Look at the faces of the people who once called you a friend, a brother, a son. Look at the ones who swore they cared. Look at the ones who smiled when you followed, who clapped when you obeyed, who loved you as long as you stayed in their world. And then look at them now. Look at the way they talk about you like you're a disease. Look at the way they pretend you don't exist. Look at the way they need you to be wrong. And ask yourself one simple question. Were they ever really on your side? Because if they were, if they truly loved you, if they truly cared, if they truly wanted what was best for you, then tell me this. Why are they so afraid of your freedom? You're done playing their game. You're done chasing their approval. You're done following their rules. And from now on, from this moment forward, they don't get to decide who you are. They don't get to tell you what you're worth. They don't get to pull the strings anymore. Because their games, their tricks, their pathetic little attempts to control you, they don't work if you don't play. And the second you stop playing, the second you step off their board, the second you look them in the eyes and say, "You don't own me," you win. You see, once you leave, there's no going back. Oh, you might think about it. You might have nights where you sit in the dark, wondering if you made a mistake. If maybe, just maybe, life was easier before you knew the truth. Before you saw through their lies. Before you stopped playing along. But you can't unsee it. You can't pretend anymore. You can't squeeze yourself back into a world that was never meant for you. And even if you tried, even if you forced yourself to go back, to act like you used to play their game again, you'd never belong. Because now you know, and knowing, that's the real curse. Because now, every time you hear their words, you'll hear the lies buried underneath. Every time you see their smiles, you'll see the emptiness hiding just behind them. Every time you watch them chase their meaningless little prizes, their fake little victories, their desperate need for approval, you'll know exactly what it all is. A game designed to keep them weak, to keep them afraid, to keep them running in circles, convinced they're getting somewhere when they're really just marching in place. And the worst part, the part that will haunt you the most, is knowing that you could try to wake them up, could try to save them, could try to pull them out of the same prison you escaped from. But they won't listen. They won't want to hear it, because waking up, that takes strength, that takes pain, that takes losing everything before you can finally see the truth. And most people, they're not ready for that. They never will be. You'll walk alone, not because you want to, not because you enjoy it, but because there's no other choice. Because once you've tasted real freedom, you can never go back to chains, even if those chains are wrapped in silk, even if those chains feel familiar, even if those chains are held by people you once loved. And maybe, just maybe, there will be others like you, others who saw the truth, who felt the weight of it, who refused to be controlled. And maybe one day you'll find them. Maybe one day you won't be the only one walking this path. But until then, you keep going. You keep moving forward. You keep building something that no one can take from you. Because now, you don't live for them. You don't live for their approval, for their acceptance, for their validation. No, you live for yourself. You build for yourself. You rise for yourself. And when they look at you, when they whisper, when they wonder, when they watch you from a distance, trying to understand how you survived, how you thrived, how you kept going without them, you won't need to say a word, because the truth, the real, undeniable truth, they'll see it for themselves. You won. You won the second you stopped playing, and they'll be stuck in their little game forever.